It is a beautiful day to watch some football. I may or may not have woken up 5 minutes ago. So give me a second to pull up the injury updates that we have. Obviously, it is extremely early, but we are here to try to answer as many questions as we possibly can. So first piece of news that we got, obviously the game starts in 90 minutes. So we actually already have actives, inactives coming out for the London game. But anyway, looking at this, Gabe Davis is officially active for week 6. Evan Ingram is officially active for week 6. And is that it? Is that everything that we have for tonight? Slash last night. Obviously, we were live streaming like 5 hours ago or so. So not expecting there to be a ton of additional information, but the past few Sundays, we've actually had some stuff come out overnight. Guess we don't have anything. I will try to find an update that we have with James Cook right now. Just see if maybe a different provider put something out. But usually Underdog is on top of everything. So usually we just look at Underdog, really. This is crazy. Please go James Cook over Tyron Tracy. And yeah, in Twitter search is not good enough to look at the most recent updates. They're going to be giving us crap from last week with James Cook. But good morning, Hook 'em Horns, everybody coming out, hang out with us. Really appreciate y'all. And yeah, we can go through. We can definitely rip through some questions. We can get to some roster reviews, the whole 9 yards. Of course, let me pull up our first roster review. This is coming out from Tony Mayo. Thank you, my guy. We'll be excited to look at this. I will remind everybody, if you wanted to get a team review, you can definitely always go over to flockfantasy.com. If you want to start sit question, trade question, whatever you're wanting, just go over to the site, hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. You can ask a team reviews, trade question, start sit question, or send a super message. Literally whatever you're wanting to do. It doesn't even matter if you're in the live stream or if we are live streaming at that time. Because whenever you get something, like if you purchase a start set question here, where you go through and go, I want to ask Mason a start set question. We'll do the flock leagues, my league. We'll go ahead and the Kirk Cousins team. Then you get to this page. If you decide that you want to ask me and you go through and send it, even if you send it out of the live stream, where I'm not streaming, you don't even want to go to the live stream that day, we are going to send you the answer that I give directly through the site the second that it is answered. So you'll get the YouTube link, not only to the link to the live stream, but it's a custom link that's the exact time that I answered your question. So definitely can answer a question at any time you want, even if you have to leave the live stream or even if you're not coming to the live stream. And also, if you wanted that team review, we actually have a promo that we are running with Underdog Fantasy this season, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you will be getting a free Joe Burrow pick, more than less than half a total yard, going up against the New York Giants, I believe, on Sunday night, which is tonight. I'm sorry, we woke up 5 minutes ago. And you'll get that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just similar to what Tony Mayo did here. Just make sure that if you are taking advantage of the free team review offer, that you go through and set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy, so I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But let's go ahead and let's dive into this first team. This one is Tony Mayo. This is Clam Jam Media. Looking at the league analyzer, we are pretty damn far down, which is sad to see. I mean, there's that juggernaut at the top. This team at the top is sitting here with Kyron Williams, Alvin Kamara, CeeDee Lamb, Jaden Daniels, Trey McBride. I mean, and quality running back, wide receiver depth. Will be difficult to compete with them. We are 2-3 down here. Definitely have a solid squad, right? Looking at the team, one thing that I like to see is it's a league where you can only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. and we're not really optimizing for wide receiver depth. And instead, we are optimizing for the high-end upside running backs on our bench. These guys like Tyler Algier, where if you were to get an injury to Bijan Robinson, then Tyler Algier does become a must-start player every single week for you. Whereas we look at Keenan Allen, who's like a wide receiver on our bench. And the thing is, if DJ Moore goes down, does Keenan Allen become an every week must-start player? Probably not, So just the range of outcomes is different if you're looking at how their situation can change overnight. So typically for a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10-team league, I just don't really care too much about the wide receiver depth pieces. If we were looking to add another wide receiver depth piece, which I actually think that we can do here, it would be somebody that has a decent amount of upside to increase their role as the season goes on. And I think Keon Coleman does fall into that bucket. So one thing that I would potentially look at doing is dropping Mark Andrews for Keon. I mean, if you really wanted to hold off hope on Mark Andrews, I think you can. But we're 6 weeks in at this point. And Mark Andrews is at a 3-man tight end by committee, and he has not come close to the production of Isaiah Likely. This past week, he looked like he maybe had been the 3rd tight end in Baltimore in points scored. And with that context, if it wasn't for his name, I think if he was literally any other player, he would already be dropped. We know this offense wants to run the ball over and over and over again. So I personally, if this is my team, would drop Andrews to pick up Keon Coleman. But outside of that, we have Kyler at quarterback. Kyler mid QB1 in a 10-team league. 12-team format, absolutely love having Kyler Murray. 10-teamer, it's definitely still better than having like Brock Purdy as your starting quarterback. In looking at the waiver wire options, I don't think we're picking anybody up here. I think we would just roll with Kyler. Going over to running back, we are currently sitting with the anchor at the top. We have Jahmyr Gibbs that we are able to start every single week, regardless of what the matchup is. We have Brian Robinson. We have J.K. Dobbins. We have Kareem Hunt. We have Jonathan Brooks. We have Isaiah Pacheco. And we have Tyler Algier. So we have the running back depth that we can play right now with Dobbins. And we have a lot of this future running back depth that can get healthier and improve as the season goes on, such as Brian Robinson, such as Jonathan Brooks, such as Isaiah Pacheco. So running back room is really strong. No hesitation here whatsoever. Going over to what we have with our wide receiver room, we are currently sitting with Drake London, Marvin Harrison. So 2 wide receiver ones in the long term. Obviously, Harrison looks like he may not be a top 10 wide receiver in the short term, but long term, I think he will continue to improve. And we have the Kyler Murray stack. We have Tank Dell, who looks like he may be a quality depth piece right now. Shaheed, obviously, it's tough to project out looking at the context of the Derek Carr injury just capping the overall ceiling of this offense. And we have Keenan Allen here as well at wide receiver. So wide receiver depth doesn't particularly matter too much in this kind of format. And we don't have much wide receiver depth in this format. I would definitely like to chase possibly a better wide receiver 3 here, but for sure, instead of trading for that player, I think you'd be much better off just going ahead and looking to potentially add Keon Coleman for free off waivers so you don't really have to do anything. And then going over to tight ends, we're rolling with Kraft. I think it's a strong team, right? I mean, this week we're starting Kyler, Gibbs, Dobbins, London, Harrison, Dell, Kraft. So, I mean, once you get some of these healthy running backs in, like once Jonathan Brooks is coming in and maybe we're a little closer to an Isaiah Pacheco return, if you really wanted to send like Brian Robinson and Tank Dell to go get an elite level wide receiver for that flex spot, it's definitely something that you can do. But a 2-for-1 deal, which is what we're typically trying to get in a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers in a flex, is probably not as appealing for your team in particular, where we have the Pacheco injury, where we have the Robinson injury, and where we have the Brooks injury. So kind of having to wait for these players to come back in before we make a pivot. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And yeah, I'm sorry if I look tired, if I look sick. I think I'm getting sick, to be honest. Maybe it's because we are not sleeping at all, but hopefully we can find time to lay down, take a nap. Probably not happening. Probably not happening. But anyway, let's move this over to our next question. This one coming out from Ghost. Much love. Thank you so much, my friend. Says 4-1 by lucky roster moves. Trying to see how you feel about the team. Any waivers or trades I should go for? I feel like mid-season I'm going to be hurting for my waiver wire warriors. LOL. Much love, my man. Much love. Looking at this, we are the Nasties team. With the league analyzer, we are right in the middle here with the 6th best team. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a lucky 4-1 record. We look at the teams after us in the league analyzer. We are the only team here in this range that is 4-1. Now, it is a 10-team league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So it is a 10-team format where you should have decent options on the waiver wire, while at the same time, you can get a decent amount of wide receiver starters in. So you're not in a spot in which you need to go through and you need to just take any wide receiver depth piece that you have and go and look to sell them with another player to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. Quarterback, we have CJ Stroud, particularly in a 10-team format, especially where you have no Nico Collins. I think with a lot of teams, I would want to sell a wide receiver depth piece with CJ Stroud to see if we'd be able to go through and pivot over to an elite quarterback in terms of a QB with rushing upside. With your roster here in particular, I don't know how excited we can be about it, because going through and looking at all the players that are dealing with injuries to themselves directly or to a key member of their offense, you have Devon Achane, you have Puka Nacua, you have Rashid Shaheed, and that's probably going to make this a really tough spot for us to make a move. Because if you were to go through and if you were to say sell Darnell Mooney and CJ Stroud today to go pivot over to a quarterback that we like a little bit more, then at wide receiver, we're having to start Chris Godwin, Brandon Ayuk. We're having to consider Mooney and like Shaheed in the flex spots with no Derek Carr, which is something that I would just rather not do. Since it's a 10-team format and you can go ahead and you can pick up like Juju Smith-Schuster off the waiver wire, we can still definitely afford it. I just don't necessarily know if we can give up like a top receiver here like Godwin. But if you could give up one of like the depth guys to get that elite quarterback upgrade, where you could pivot from Stroud to a player like Jalen Hurts, where if you could somehow swindle somebody into giving you Jalen Hurts for CJ Stroud and Darnell Mooney, CJ Stroud and Jameson Williams, CJ Stroud and Shaheed or Downs, I think that would be a very advantageous spot for you. Going over to running back, we have Jahmyr Gibbs, Devon Achane, 2 top 10 running backs in the long term. Obviously, we think Achane will be much better when you end up getting back into this offense. And with that being said, this is a team where we're 4-1. We can't afford to wait for that long-term upside. Dobbins is a short-term viable fill-in option. We have Dowdle here as well. Honestly, maybe when you get to the point of Tua coming back in, Achane and Gibbs already through their bye, if it still looks like Dobbins and Kareem Hunt are viable options that we could go with if we needed to, it could make sense for us to potentially go ahead and look to sell Rico Dowdle in a 2-for-1 deal. And honestly, we can maybe do that this week if we're not starting Dowdle and try to sell Dowdle and CJ Stroud to get to the elite quarterback. And then same thing going over to wide receiver. I mean, it's a 4-1 team, 10-team league. So still in general, we are wanting to go ahead and make those improvements inside the starting lineup while sacrificing depth where we can. So maybe something we could look to do here at wide receiver, if you traded like Dowdle and Stroud to get that top end quarterback, is if you could go through and trade like Jameson and Dallas Goedert to pivot over to a tight end that you'd be more excited about. Because obviously, while Dallas Goedert was an extremely strong option for weeks 3 and 4, as you get A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith back into this offense, which should be happening right now, I do think that Dallas Goedert comes down in expectation dramatically. I think another thing that you could consider doing at the moment is, especially if you're able to sell like Jameson Williams and Dallas Goedert to get to a tight end you like a little bit more, or Darnell Mooney and Dallas Goedert to get to a better tight end. I think it would allow you to drop Mark Andrews, and then you can go ahead and you can pick up these guys like Juju Smith-Schuster and Tajee Spears off the waiver wire. So really, I just think that because of the depth that this team has, the fact that it's 4-1, where we can focus a little more long-term, I think pivoting up from Stroud and pivoting up from Dallas Goedert at the onesie positions probably does make a lot of sense. We have decent options that we can look at off the waiver wire as well to backfill. And that would allow us to drop Mark Andrews, to open up another roster spot, to pick up a running back that's an injury away from seeing that massive gain in value like Tajee Spears. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. I'm sorry if we were a little bit tired in this, but hopefully we were able to power through for you here, my friend. But let's move this over for Chef Kennedy. It's a 12-team super flex league. I need to know who we should start in the flex spots. We have JSN, but traded for after the game. Okay, great to know. I'm assuming this is going to be ugly if we have Rashad Bateman in at wide receiver. If we have Bateman in at receiver, I think the flex spots are going to be cut out for us. Like you said, we traded for JSN after the game. I personally would start Leggett over Tank Bigsby if it's a full PPR format. Beyond that, the next best option that we have, obviously no HN this week, no Juju this week. I think I go Leggett over Bigsby for sure. I think the question is Bigsby or Kraft. Can we see what the underdog pick'ems are? I'm assuming that this is a full PPR format. Kraft, you have higher, lower 30 net receiving yards. Tank Bigsby, you're higher, lower 44.5 total yards. You're more likely to get the touchdown with Kraft. You're going to have more receptions. Well, the thing is, full PPR, Bigsby's had one target all year. And ETN is healthy and good to go. I can really hope Bigsby crushes for my underdog best ball teams, but yeah, I'm looking at Leggett. Leggett has the same yardage mark as Bigsby, but obviously I think the reception volume will be there in a way that it isn't for Bigsby. So honestly, the league analyzer is telling us it's a full PPR format. The other settings in this league look like they're correct. Looks like this may be a tight end premium format as well. So if it's tight end premium format, we for sure keep Kraft in over Bigsby. And I think we are going to go Leggett over Bigsby as well. For me, Tank Bigsby, I'm really rooting for him. Like, I'm going to be a Tank Bigsby cheerleader in today's game. But he's not somebody I want in my lineup, to be honest. Now, this is coming out from Chief Reefer, long-time member of the flock. Here, we need a running back 2 between Rico Dowdle and Antonio Gibson. If you actually look at my rankings this week, we actually have these guys extremely close. We're obviously, with Dowdle, you have a really tough matchup going up against the Detroit Lions rush defense. With Bigsby, you should have a larger workload, to be honest, than Dowdle, just in a much worse offense. Because you have such a disparity between the implied team total in Dallas and in New England, I still think we'd probably prefer Rico Dowdle over Antonio Gibson. But Gibson does have a decent floor here. I just don't know how likely we are to get the touchdown. And then between Gibson and Dell, it really is up to you. I think it can go either way. I know for sure if you have a player like Bucky Irving, we play that guy over Tank Dell, but Bigsby is a little bit of a harder range. Now, Rivel's coming out with a start set question. It says, hey, Mason, need help with wide receiver and flex. Probably Rome for receiver and flex could be Wicks or Williams. I would not be super excited to play Rome, to be honest. Like, even with Anthony Richardson starting for the Colts and even with Michael Pittman being good to go, I still personally would play Josh Downs over Rome Odunze. Like, I think Downs is the wide receiver we go with. Obviously, tough spot with Jefferson and Waddle on bye. And then going down to the flex, we have no CMC. No way in hell I can play Jalen Warren. No Pacheco, no Jefferson, no Waddle. So it's really between Wicks, Javonte, and Rome Odunze. I'd probably go with Javonte Williams. Just chasing the best offense here, where sportsbooks are saying the Packers should be the third highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. Well, Dobbs back, and we still have Christian Watson banged up just a bit. Which still does give you the potential spike week upside of the long touchdown as well, which I know you get from Rome Odunze. Like, looking at the underdog pick that you have with Rome, like, just get some reasonable expectations here. Well, I love Rome in the long term. Like, right now, you have DJ Moore higher lower 68.5 receiving yards. Keenan Allen higher lower 46.5. Rome's at 40.5. Like, you think it'd be very difficult to get Rome Odunze in your lineup this week. But let's move this over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. Please, if you have any questions, go to the chat. Drop them if you can. Drop them if you got them. Deepika says, is Mixon playing? Last I saw Joe Mixon's playing. I'll go ahead and see if I can do a quick search and figure any more information out. Yeah, the last thing that we had is Ian Rappaport 6 hours ago saying running back Joe Mixon, who's missed the last several games with ankle sprain, is expected back in the lineup today, source said. So expectation is Joe Mixon is playing. If you have Joe Mixon, I would 100% play him, kind of without hesitation. Koss says, any underdog picks this week? There's one that I saw that I thought I liked. We'll cook something up because I believe I have a 30% profit boost token. Yeah, we have a 31% profit boost token that we need to use within the next hour. So we will definitely look for something. But I don't have anything that I know off the top of my head. Main thing is I just know if I have the profit boost token, I want to use the profit boost token. Let's see. Mason says, in Dynasty, I'm starting AD Mitchell because of bye weeks. Do I drop him and pick up Darius Slayton to start? Can you let me know how many players you roster? Because in Dynasty, obviously, we want to give Adonai Mitchell a real shot. We don't want to be giving up on him this early from a Dynasty fantasy football perspective. Redraft, go ahead and cut the dude. Who cares? But I would rather hold on to the long-term upside if possible. Okay. Discover says, trying to send a super chat, but didn't work. Just wanted to say thank you for the dedication and sleepless nights to keep us all entertained. You're the true coat. Much love, my friend. I really do appreciate you. And last night was a little bit tough to get sleep, but yeah, thank you. I mean, obviously, absolutely insane that this can be my job. Like the most ludicrous thing imaginable. Absolutely love it. Feel like I owe y'all literally everything. So I'm trying to do the best I can. Ventura Nick says, any news on James Cook? I can go ahead and pull up the most recent updates that we have. Last I saw, it just sounds like James Cook is playing. Let's go ahead and let's see James Cook. Yeah, last update that we had was from Adam Shefty. Said Bills Pro Bowl running back James Cook will practice today despite his toe injury and plans to play Monday night versus the Jets. So yeah, I think you have to go through. I think if you have James Cook, you don't have to plan on starting him. Like if you had Bucky Irving as your pivot and you feel safer about starting Bucky, I think you can do it. But like if it's like James Cook versus Tyrone Tracy, I'd rather just have James Cook. Dylan says, my only question is, how does Underdog always get breaking news before any other outlet? The Underdog team is freaking nuts. Like, they are insane. Nick says, check the lines on over Montgomery total yards or his receiving yards today. We can look at the pick on Underdog of David Montgomery's marks. David Montgomery, they have higher, lower 58.5 total yards, higher, lower 70.5 total yards, higher, lower 8.5 receiving yards. Looking at the receiving usage, I mean, he is absolutely crushed. And is this, did you just put us on the pick for today? Obviously, this should be a very high-scoring game environment. Dallas Cowboys defense is banged up. Past 3 weeks, really, I don't care as much about the receiving yardage mark previously, more so the target volume if we're trying to project out what we should expect in the future. He is averaging slightly more than 2 targets a game right now. If you look at the pick of higher, lower 70.5 total yards for David Montgomery, he has hit it literally every single week, and it's a plus matchup. So I will throw, we're not creating anything just yet, but we will throw the higher than 70.5 total yards on David Montgomery for the pick'em that we are gonna make probably in about an hour. But I gotta wake up. I gotta wake up just a bit. King All says Najee, Dell, or Olave in the flex. For sure, we're gonna go Dell. Last I saw, it looks like Jaylen Warren is possibly good to go. And if Jaylen Warren is good here, I really don't want anything to do with Najee Harris. Like, Najee was exciting in the instance of, oh, okay, you have no Warren, pretty much a lock for 20 opportunities, and what should be a really great matchup in game environment against the Raiders as well. But if Jaylen Warren is playing, I think you just go Tank Dell. Tank Dell, good quarterback play, expanded role with no CJ Stroud. But let's go ahead and let's pivot back over and get to some of the questions that we have on the site. I think we had a few more questions come in. Of course, you could always ask a question through flockfantasy.com, get a guaranteed answer. You can go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice, or you can just click the link in the chat that says ask a question here. There you can ask a trade question, start sit question, or send a super message, or get a full-blown team review, whatever you are wanting to do. Of course, if you wanted that team review, I would definitely recommend taking advantage of what we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting that free Joe Burrow pick, more than less than half a total yard going up against the New York Giants tonight. And you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. Just make sure you use code FLOCK. Go through that link that's in the live chat that says free Joe Burrow pick. And make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I'm able to credit the right person with a free review. But let's go ahead and let's dive into some of the questions we have. We have about 7 questions, so we can get back to the live chats. This is coming up from D. Whitmore. This is Dobbins, JT versus Breece, Pittman, and Javonte. Give me Breece over JT if you need a running back for right now. And honestly, let me update that in the rest of season rankings. I think we do have to move Breece ahead of JT, knowing you're going to get an extra game from Breece in comparison at this point. Because I would slightly prefer Breece over Jonathan Taylor with this Jonathan Taylor injury lingering a bit. But beyond the JT to Breece swap, going from Dobbins to Pittman and Javonte, I would probably rather have Dobbins. The only instance in which I do this deal is you're telling me, Mason, man, I'm sitting here, I'm 1-4. I really need a win right now. If you're 1-4 and we really need a win right now, then obviously in that instance, you are probably best suited to go through and sell the injured player for somebody that's going to be in our lineup. But Dobbins looks like he should just be an absolute crusher going into the future, under the context that, I mean, you have no Gus Edwards. You're pretty much locked in, where Gus Edwards will be on the IR for at least 4 weeks. Vidal's the other running back in this backfield, and I think that there's nothing at all that would concern me about Vidal. Now, Habibi coming out with a start-sit question. Here we need to figure out our running back room between Travis Etienne and Austin Eckler. If you look at my rankings on the site right now, we have these guys pretty damn close. This is rest of season. Of course, we need to look at week 6, where week 6, we currently have Austin Eckler, RB23, Travis Etienne, RB22. They are extremely close for me. I'm still expecting that Etienne has everything as a receiver, at least based off what we have seen up until this point. That has been the case. I mean, if you want to go through and check in on the projections that you have with Eckler versus Etienne, Eckler, your higher lower is 69.5 total yards. Travis Etienne, your higher lower 65.5. So really close. If we hadn't seen the usage from Jeremy McNichols in the past, I think I probably would opt to go with Eckler, but I don't know. I'm going to be going with Etienne. For sure, not considering anybody else here. And then going over, actually, am I an idiot? No, we're not. No, we're not. I'm going over to what we have in the flex. Our wide receiver play that you have to get jam in is T. Higgins with how good this offense looks at this point. We have no Puka. We have no Malik Neighbors this week. Looking at Chris Olave, you have no Derek Carr. So with that in mind, I probably would just go ahead and I probably would just play Austin Eckler. So honestly, the decision between, Eckler or Etienne, it honestly doesn't matter. We just go ahead and we just play Eckler. We play both. Now, Big James coming out with a start-sit question. Says, Eckler starting, but tough matchup. Kirk, decent lately, but London game, unfortunately. Which one for the flex? I think I have to go Austin Eckler. Now, obviously, if this was a scenario in which you had Brian Robinson playing, then at that point, it's very easy to go Christian Kirk. But Christian Kirk has a really tough matchup. Plus, it's a game in London. Plus, you have Evan Ingram in here. So personally, I think it would be tough to trust Christian Kirk this week. I would rather take the running back that we can pencil in to have a receiving role and at the same time to have upwards of 15 touches in his game. Cox by 90, always happy to see us. To say Mason, hope all is well. Need some flex help. Thanking Mooney, but wanted your thoughts. Thanks again. Thank you. So for the flex, Darnell Mooney does have a pretty strong matchup here. I mean, if you are looking at Darnell, you're going up against the Carolina Panthers, where currently you have an implied team total, I believe, of 26 points, making it where this offense projects to be one of the best offenses in the league. Our other options would be Jameson, Romadunze. We have no Neighbors. We have no Taylor. We have no Brian Robinson. See, honestly, I think I'm right there with you. I think we go Darnell Mooney. Should be a really strong offense. Obviously, you had the production last week as well. So honestly, in my mind, it's kind of an easy spot to go Mooney, to be honest. This is maybe me nitpicking things way too much here. But knowing that Brian Thomas plays before these other receivers, I think maybe you move Brian Thomas to wide receiver slot and move one of the other receivers down to the flex. Now, Dizzle coming out with a start-sit question. Here, tight ends, we are looking at Laporta, Tucker Kraft. Can everybody please spam the chat? Because it seems like this is something that we have been looking at over and over and over again. Can you please spam the chat? Which direction would you go? Would you rather have Sam Laporta or Tucker Kraft? Kraft or Laporta? We got 1 vote Kraft, 2 votes Kraft, Laporta, Kraft, Kraft. Laporta, Laporta, Kraft, Laporta. Kraft, Kraft, Laporta. I'm torn between both. Kraft, Laporta, Laporta. So it does look like the chat split 50-50 here as well. I want to say Laporta, but honestly, it could very easily be me drafting Sam Laporta in so many underdog drafts. Me taking Laporta in round 4 of the Flock League as well. And then I don't know if I can be unbiased here with this, with how much I am rooting for Sam Laporta. So I think it is up to you here. I would go with Laporta myself, but like I said, I'm extremely biased. But you have additional wide receiver help coming in Green Bay, which potentially takes a few targets away from Kraft. Running back, I think we're going to go James Cook relatively easily. And then down there for the flex, we're going to go Zach Moss relatively easily as well. But honestly, what we should probably do, just in case Cook is a surprise inactive, is we should probably throw James Cook down into the flex playing on Monday night. That way, just in case anything does happen, you will have more options to pivot to on Monday. Now, Allo B coming out with a super message. Says 12-team app BBR. Should I start Brian Thomas Jr., Dowdle, or Tolbert in my flex? We're going to go ahead. We will take Brian Thomas Jr. relatively easily. It's not the best matchup by any means. And Evan Ingram coming in possibly does take a little bit away from the receivers. Not a lot, but maybe just a tiny bit. So don't love that, but ultimately Brian Thomas Jr. has just looked so good. He looks like a certified crusher at this point, where I think you honestly may just have to go through and take him. Now, Pico coming out with a start sit question says Chase Brown versus Tyrone Tracy. For the flex, yeah, we have no Puka. We have no Neighbors. I would go with Tracy. I think this would be a lot tougher if it was okay. I don't even want to say it would be tougher. It's easy either way, but I mean, it would be very clear. Okay, we know we want to go through. We know we want to be playing Chase Brown in a game with no Zach Moss, but in a game where Zach Moss is good to go, where Zach Moss presumably is the starter here. Whereas if you look at what we have with Tracy, where you have no Singletary, I just think that the disparity between the touches will be enough where it's very easy to just lock Tracy in. But let's move this over and go over to some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. If you have any free questions, please drop them in the chat. Also, one thing that I need to ask from y'all, of course, is one, we are about 2 likes away from 400 likes on this stream. But Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, please do it on a Sunday morning. We're running off of 4 or 5 hours of sleep right now, trying to answer as many of y'all's questions as we possibly can. So if you haven't already, please hit that like button. Would help us out a ton. Caesar says corner flower. Y'all are going to hate me with this answer, but probably won't be a surprise by looking at me. I'm a flour guy. Flour over corn tortilla for sure. Ethan says thoughts on Keon Coleman. I mean, if you look at the underlying usage of Keon outside of the game where he got disciplined for showing up late, Keon Coleman has been at the top of this Bills wide receiver room in terms of snaps played, routes run. He does look like he can very easily be the wide receiver 1 here for Josh Allen. And I personally would expect that Josh Allen probably improves as time goes on. Now, of course, with that being said, Allen has not been good so far. With that being said, I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to not Keon Coleman because of it. But personally, I view Keon Coleman as an exciting option to look at down there on your bench for rest of season upside. But probably not somebody that we are wanting to start anytime soon. Dark City says Kyler Murray or Daniel Jones. I personally would go ahead. I would take Kyler over Daniel Jones. Johnny says Tank Dell or Brian Thomas Jr., please. I would prefer Brian Thomas Jr. Definitely they look closer now that you have the Nico Collins injury. But I mean, Brian Thomas Jr. has just been such a consistent and such a strong option so far this year. The man's had 20 points each of the past 2 weeks. Sticky Blicky says Dobbins or Wicks. With Romeo Dobbs coming back in Green Bay, honestly, I think it's probably a very easy spot to take J.K. Dobbins here. Let me see if we have an update on Christian Watson. Can y'all please let me know in the live chat? Is there any update with Watson? I know he's practiced all week. I'm assuming that Christian Watson is possibly good to go. Yeah, just still questionable. I think you definitely knock Wicks. And Dobbins looks like, while it's a tough matchup against the Broncos, you are just going to have that very consistent work, especially with no Gus Edwards here. So I would probably just go ahead and jam in Dobbins. But real quick, we are 1 like away from hitting 500 likes on this stream. So hit that like button if you haven't. Josh's thoughts on Mike Evans. I think Mike Evans typically in most weeks projects to be a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2. However, in a tough matchup against Lattimore and the Saints, I think you have to lower Evans down with your expectations. Is Mike Evans still a top 24 wide receiver? In my mind, yes, he is. Since I think he is still a top 24 wide receiver this week, I would say that you probably want to go ahead and you probably want to play him if you have him. But just obviously with lowered expectations given the matchup. Josh says, Tyrone Tracy or Tank Bigsby, not sure. I'm very sure of this. You want to go ahead and you want to play Tracy. I mean, everything that I see, Travis Etienne's good to go. And Travis Etienne is going to have a workload here, particularly as a receiver as well, where Bigsby has had 1 target all year now. Like, I'm really hoping that Bigsby comes out and crushes. I will print money on Underdog if Bigsby continues to do what he did last week. I'm praying it happens. But the reality of the situation is it's probably not something that you can rely on. Now, let's see. Dale says Josh Allen or Caleb Williams. I understand that Allen has been disappointing. And at the same time, it's actually a pretty tough matchup here as well. So I don't fault you for the question at all. But I still personally would rather have Allen. I mean, with Allen, while he's had a couple games of just absolute trash, losing you your matchup, you can also say that he's the only quarterback in fantasy with 2 games of over 30 fantasy points. So he does still have just an absolute insane ceiling. Let's Talk Money says, are we starting James Cook? I personally would go ahead and start him. We have both confirmation from Ian Rappaport as well as Adam Schefter that he is good to go. Now, of course, if you can, I would opt to put him in the flex. Just in case if anything happens on Monday, obviously, you'd be good to pivot. Okay. Let's see. Jeremy says, Sermon or Bucky, non-PPR for the flex. Full PPR, it's not even remotely close. You go ahead and you take Bucky Irving. Non-PPR, it would definitely be tougher. Because the issue with Sermon is in a full PPR format, we're expecting that you will have a lower checkdown rate from Anthony Richardson, given that Richardson can run the ball. Non-PPR, you're more so just chasing touchdown upside. And honestly, if we're just kind of chasing touchdown upside here, I probably still would go ahead and take Bucky Irving. And that if you're looking at what you have with Sermon, it's a spot that you are going to be having to stress about A-Rich stealing a touchdown at the goal line. So I personally would go Bucky. Jose says Bucky or Wandale at the flex. I for sure go with Bucky Irving here as well. Like, Bucky Irving, out of all the players this week, is the most exciting. Definitely not a must start. Tracy's definitely not a must start. Whereas I do think that Bucky is. Slyvester says Braylon Allen or Xavier Legette. Sounds like Legette is 100% healthy, not something you're having to be worried about. So I would just go ahead. I would play Legette. GV says Tracy's the most exciting. I honestly disagree with that. if you look at how the running backs were deployed with the Giants, Tracy did not see a single third down snap. Those actually all went to Eric Gray. Now, of course, it was a great game environment where if you are looking at what the Giants were able to do last week against the Seattle Seahawks, the Giants led heavily at the end of the game. And in that environment, we did get a total of 18 carries for Tracy in comparison to only 4 for Eric Gray. But also with Tracy, you had 1 reception for 1 receiving yard, where Eric Gray had 3 receptions for 50 receiving yards. So I view Tyrone Tracy as if he's a running back that's in an RB by committee. Having the rushing share in New York, whereas Eric Gray may be the receiving option. And in the game going up against the Cincinnati Bengals, I'd be a little bit concerned that they fall behind and have to abandon the run. So Tracy's definitely somebody that I think you would look to start. But at the same time, in comparison to somebody like Bucky Irving, where I'm just way more confident with the Bucky Irving receiving usage based off what we had at Oregon, I think I just go ahead and I lock Bucky Irving in. Where Tracy, definitely think he is a top 24 running back. Of course you are. I mean, if he was on my team, I'm for sure starting him. But like if it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I don't think you have to force Tracy into your lineup in the same way that you have to force Bucky. But I think we can go back over to the questions that we have on the sites. Of course, we just hit 600 likes on this live stream. Thank you so much for everybody supporting the channel. I hope that we are able to keep this steam going. Obviously, we're live until like 1, 2 a.m. last night answering all your questions as well. So give me a little bit of time to get ramped up. I'm going over to the site if you ever wanted to ask a question. Obviously, you could hit that button in the live chat that says ask a question here, or you can go hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can ask a trade question, start sit question, send a super message, or get a full-blown team review. If you were wanting that full team review, what I would recommend is taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy, or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you'll be getting a free Joe Burrow pick for tonight's game, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll get a free team review through flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I can go through and I can accredit you with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over to our next question. This is back over there on the sites. Here, this is Whole Milk is King coming out with their start set. Here at wide receiver, we are rolling in Brian Thomas and Devonta Smith. Tight end, we have Tucker Kraft. Running back, we have Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs. Great matchup for the Lions guys. And then going down to the flex, we have Tracy, Tolbert really is the only players that you would be considering here. Wicks, obviously, a lot less appealing. Like in this environment, you for sure go ahead, you take Tracy, the running back that should have the vast majority of the touches in this New York Giants backfield. So we will go with them. It's a good matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals. And obviously, when in doubt, you kind of want the running back stepping into opportunity over the wide receiver stepping into opportunity. Okay. Now, moving this over to our next question. This is, thought this was football. Says 14-person league with slim pickings. So you have 14-team league. Things will get uglier a lot quicker than a 10 or a 12-team format. Running back, we are sitting here with probably Jeremy McNichols or Justice Hill as the guy that you would look at. Let me pull up the exact volume that you've had with Jeremy McNichols so far over the past 2 weeks. To be honest with you, I have not really considered starting Jeremy McNichols at any point this week, even with no Brian Robinson. And honestly, I think I wouldn't start McNichols. This is a full PPR format. I think I would go Justice Hill, as crazy as it sounds. Like, if you look at McNichols, yes, the fantasy points have been great over the past 2 weeks, but that's because he averaged 8.5 and 6.3 yards per carry, and that's because he had 3 rushing touchdowns off of 15 carries. Like, reasonably, I don't know how we can project that going into the future. You've only had 1 target all year as well, where I think that you should have Eckler with the target volume. Going up against Washington, possibly they have to throw the ball consistently here in Baltimore in what should be a high-scoring game environment. I don't love it for Justice Hill. The Ravens are heavy favorites in this game, but still. And then going down to the bench for the flex options, I think we have to go with the receivers. We have to play Ladd and Christian Kirk. Even with both of them having really tough matchups. But it's a 14-team league. It's a double flex format. We have no Kelsey. Shaheed has no Carr. So it is what it is. Things are going to get gross. Things will get gross. Now, Jonah coming out with his start sit says we need to start 2 running backs in a full PPR format. Much love, my guy. I will say just in the future, if you wanted to ask a start sit question, what may be easier for you is you can leave, you can put 2 empty running back slots, and then down here below, you can add the players that you would be considering at running back. And then there you can go ahead and I can actually fill it out for you and send it back through the site. I think with this spot, we are going to be going with Bucky Irving and Tyrone Tracy. If you look at my rankings over there on the site this week, we have Tracy ranked at RB20, ETN down at RB22, and Eckler down at RB23. I would feel more comfortable projecting out the touches that you should see for Tracy and honestly Bucky over what you have with Travis Etienne. It is funny to say that out loud. Yeah, we're going to start Bucky Irving and Tyrone Tracy over Travis Etienne and Austin Eckler. Especially knowing that with Eckler, you have no Brian Robinson in his offense. So presumably, it should be a decent spot. But yeah, go with Bucky and Tracy over these other backs. Now, going over to Wayne with a start set question. Half PPR uncertain between Dell, Bigsby, and Tracy. Right now, we have Tracy in. What are your thoughts? I think Tank Bigsby's not close to these other players. I am a sideline supporter. I'm a sideline cheerleader for Tank Bigsby this week. But I don't know. Going over to the flex, Bigsby's had 1 target all year now. Travis Etienne is good to go. I think you just take Tracy. You take the running back that's going to have the vast majority of the work in his backfield in not a good offense, but in a really good matchup. And in an offense where sportsbooks are giving the Giants a lot of credit here. Now moving this over, CRC Coop coming out with a trade question. This is Deebo Samuel versus Marvin Harrison. For me in the short term, if you looked at my week 6 rankings, we did rank Deebo Samuel over Harrison. But if we are projecting out these receivers in the long term, I would expect that Marvin Harrison is the guy that continues to improve as the season goes on. So I'd probably go ahead. I think we take Harrison here. Now, Cal Goaded coming out with a super message says, I am assuming we roll with Tracy over Bigsby this week, 100%. Also, Flowers over Evans. Thank you, King Mason. Thank you, my friend. I would go Mike Evans over Zay Flowers. I'm not going to fault you if you wanted to potentially go with Flowers instead, given the bad matchup. But for sure, you cannot, under any circumstance, go with Tank Bigsby over Tracy. Like, just to set reasonable expectations for what everybody here should see with Bigsby. Like, Tank Bigsby right now on Underdog is higher, lower, 41.5 total yards. We'll refresh this and see if there's a new pick out there for Bigsby. But ETN is good to go. Yeah, Bigsby, higher, lower, 41.5 total yards. Sorry, rushing yards. Higher, lower, 45.5 total yards. Whereas if you're looking at Tracy's higher, lower, 76.5. You go ahead and look at Eckler. Eckler's higher, lower, 69.5. You go look at Bucky's higher, lower, 83.5. Like, Bigsby's not close to these other running backs. Not even remotely close. He's had one target all year as well. But Johnny coming out with a start sit question. Says, need help with the flex. We need a pick 2. Well, do we have a tight end here? I go Laporta, but that's just me. Going over to the flex. Bucky Irving, and we see the name, absolute must-start option. Really, I think it's easy here because we have no Adams, we have no Brooks, we have no Pacheco, we have no Collins. I'm not wanting to play a tight end in the flex spot. Ladd McConkey, tough matchup, low volume passing attack. I think you very easily take the running backs that are stepping into opportunity here with the combo of Bucky Irving and Tyrone Tracy. So yeah, I think we go with both running backs that should have that workload. But thank you again. And let's pivot over and see if we can answer as many questions as possible in the live chat. So if you have any questions you want answered for free, please just go ahead, drop them down in the chat. Be happy to try to get to as many as we can. And also, we just hit 700 likes on the stream. So thank you so much for everybody going down there and hitting that like button. I do want to reiterate that Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you were ever going to drop a like on the stream, I would ask that you do it on Sunday morning. And yeah, I will say one other thing too. Obviously, for the London game, we will be still answering questions throughout it, but it's going to be like a hybrid talking fantasy football / me also watching the game and doing a live reaction. So last week, it was really cool. Everybody hanging out with us through the game. That way we could get those live reactions and we could just talk about it in the chat. So if you have any extra screens, I would definitely recommend not completely turning off the live stream. And instead, we can have a live watch party of the London game. Elijah says, Harrison, Bucky, or Eckler at the flex. I think you have to go Bucky. Like, it sucks. I absolutely love Marvin Harrison here rest of season. But just in the short-term projections that you have with Harrison, they are going to be a lot lower than what you have with, like, Bucky Irving. Like, as we already pointed out, Bucky Irving is higher, lower, 83.5 total yards for this week. Whereas if you look at Harrison's down at higher, lower, 54.5 total yards, with a massive multiplier to score a touchdown here as well. So yeah, I think personally I want to go through and I want to be taking Bucky over Harrison this week. Harrison over Bucky long term, of course. Maug says, anyone thinking Baker over Josh Allen today, or am I crazy? I completely understand the thought process that you have here where Josh Allen has been wildly inconsistent, where Josh Allen has been objectively disappointing in fantasy football. If it's a 6-point passing touchdown format, I actually would prefer you to go through and take Baker Mayfield where you have more passing volume consistently. However, if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, given the long track record that we have of Allen giving you the rushing upside where Baker doesn't, I think personally for me, I would still have to go through and I would still have to play Josh Allen over Baker Mayfield. Like, if you go through and look at Josh Allen, he is higher, lower, 32.5 rushing yards this week. And we're just looking at Allen, he's higher, lower, 19.75 fantasy points. Whereas if you are looking at Baker Mayfield is down here, higher, lower, 17.15. Higher, lower, 234.5 passing yards. Obviously, Baker's been so much better than this so far this season. And if you really wanted to say, oh, Baker's going to have more than 17 fantasy points, you do you. But for me, there's no way I play Baker over Allen. Jerry says Pittman or Darius Slayton today. To be honest with you, I have no interest in playing Slayton here. I think I will just go ahead and roll with Pittman, even if it's a low volume passing attack, even if you are dealing with the mysterious back injury. We got Gut out from BDGE. Thank you for stopping by, my dude. Says, yo, Mason, in the BDGE league, I got to start either Kirk or Downs. What are your thoughts? All right. We got to cook something up here. Good luck in your matchup this week. First thing. Second thing is, looking at the Colts now, assuming AR is the starting quarterback, which I think that is the case, you have to go with Christian Kirk. There's no world in which Josh Downs is a viable play over Kirk with how low the passing volume is going to be in Indy. So I'm wishing you the best of luck in your matchup, but my guy, you got to go with Christian Kirk. Got to go Kirk. And we got people in the chat saying Gut the GOAT. Got Gut out here. What's up, Gut? Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. But let's move this over to our next question. Opposite O says, who's your flock league opponent this week? I'm going up against Corey. We're going up against Bush. Honestly, I am absolutely crushing the dude. I already had Brock Purdy play. He already had Brandon Ayuk play. I was already a heavy favorite before. Now, like I'm thinking about next week. I'm not even thinking about this week. Elijah says Marvin Harrison or DJ Moore. I would prefer Moore, not DJ Moore. We'll go DJ Moore with a consistent target volume that you've had in Chicago. Okay. Let's see. Jay says Chase Brown, Rome Odunze, Keon Coleman, or Romeo Doubs in the flex. I will go with Chase Brown. Obviously, we're a lot less excited about Chase Brown now knowing that Zach Moss is healthy, and Zach Moss did see 75% of the snaps before he went down with the injury last week in this Cincinnati Bengals offense. But with that in mind, you still are in what should be one of the highest scoring offenses in the NFL. So while I'm not the most excited about Chase Brown, I would rather have him over like obscure wide receivers with Romeo Doubs type upside, because I think you could still very easily have the touchdown with Brown and some receiving usage. Harry says Shahid likely buys this week killed me in a league. The last thing that you could ever do is, one, we don't want to be starting a tight end in the flex spot. And the last thing you could ever do is start a waiver wire tight end option in the flex. So you go Shahid. We're definitely less excited about Shahid this week than we would be others. But I mean, even looking at the underdog pick'ems that you have, like just going through and looking at Isaiah Likely's higher, lower 21.5 receiving yards. For the love of God, do not be starting Isaiah Likely in your flex spot. And we had Danny coming out telling us that we are too low on Tyrone Tracy in the chat. So let me see. Where does Danny have Tyrone Tracy in his rankings this week in comparison to me? I have... Let's see. Danny has Tracy at RB 13. I have Tracy at RB 20. So it looks like Danny is higher on Tracy than I am. But let's move this over. And of course, let's get to all the questions that we have on the site real quick. Then we get back to the free questions that we have in the live chat. If you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer in any of the live streams that we are doing, you can always ask a question over on flockfantasy.com. You can find that link in the live chat. And at the same time, if you just go over to the site and hit the expert advice button in the top right corner, here you can ask a start sit question, trade question, send a super message, or purchase a team review. I would definitely recommend, if you wanted that team review, to go through and take advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you'll be getting hooked up with the free Joe Burrow pick for tonight, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way we can go ahead and credit you with that free team review voucher. But honestly, before we pivot back over to the questions, we only have 17 minutes left of our profit boost token on Underdog. I'm sure y'all have noticed, but Underdog has been dropping just an absurd amount of these profit boost tokens. So please, if you got it, use it. There's no reason not to. I already got the chat to give us the David Montgomery higher than 70.5 receiving yards. Going through and trying to find an offense that I may be a little bit higher on than consensus this week, or maybe lower than on consensus. I think maybe we stay inside this same game with the Detroit Lions. That way we can build out some correlation here. So let's go over and let's look at the Dallas Cowboys side of the ball. And maybe we look at a slight fallback from Dak Prescott, going with fewer than 280 passing yards, assuming that, oh, okay, what if this game, the Lions are able to control it relatively easily? And if we're going to go with the fewer than 280.5 passing yards for Dak, dear God, I really actually like a lot of these receiving marks for the receivers. Like, I would almost rather prefer going with Tolbert to score a touchdown. So you know what? We're calling an audible. We're going to go Tolbert to score a touchdown. We're going to have, say, Dak has to air this ball out. So here's what the pick'em's going to be. We're telling a little story with this pick'em slip. Super high scoring game environment. Lions get to a lead early. They're able to run the ball effectively with David Montgomery. The Cowboys have to play catch up, air the ball out. We're going to go with Dak higher than 26 completions. Tolbert score a touchdown. If we go through and we'll do $23 on this. That will be good for a $300 win. So 23 to 300. We need Montgomery to have 71 yards, Tolbert to score a touchdown, and Dak to have 26 completions. But yeah, I just wanted to use that profit boost token. But let's move back over to what we have with our next question on the site. And with our last, I want to say, if anybody was wanting to tail this, with our last pick'em slips, I think we are 0 for 10. So what I would recommend doing is probably doing the exact opposite of all these picks. If you were wanting to tail, I would go with the inverse, to be honest. But we have a decent amount of questions to run through on the site real quick before the game gets here. Here, first question coming out from Cambo. Tight end, we're going to go Laporta over Kraft. I mean, I think that it's really going to be up to you. And honestly, we asked the live chat earlier today for some help with this. They were all split as well. Half were on Laporta, half were on Kraft. I have no freaking idea. I think it is up to you. Going down to the flex, we are looking at Kraft as tight end. That's a strong tight end option, but not somebody we want to flex. We have no Tyree, no Rice. Just cut Rice. No Hunt this week. I think we will go ahead and we will play Jalen Tolbert. Should be a high volume passing attack. While at the same time, obviously no Brandon Cooks. You do get the expanded role for Tolbert in this offense. Now, moving over to Tommy's question. Says, thinking of playing Bigsby early and Gibbs in the flex, or Deontay in the flex and Gibbs at running back. It's a non-PPR format. So there is a massive difference here with a non-PPR format versus a full PPR league. In a full PPR league, I would never say in a million years that you could consider going through and playing Bigsby over Tank Dell in this flex spot. But non-PPR format, it's much closer. I still think that there will be more points scored in Houston. I still think that Dell possibly has a little more touchdown upside in an environment where we have no Nico Collins. But it is very close between Dell and Bigsby, particularly in a non-PPR format where Bigsby's lack of receiving usage isn't nearly as much of a concern as it would be otherwise. Mike, we're going to get back to your team review here, my friend, but let me get to the start sit questions before, just in case there are any that need to be answered before the London game. But J Rule says, big week up for me against one of the best teams sitting at 3-2. What should we do? All right. So looking at this, for the flex spot, our best options are going to be Dobbins, Chase Brown, and Jalen Tolbert. I think we definitely play Dobbins in the flex, but the question is, would you take out anybody else in favor of, Chase Brown? I'm not playing Chase Brown over Austin Eckler now that you have no Brian Robinson. There's no way in hell you play Jalen Tolbert over Drake London, Chase Brown. Jamar Chase. So I think this is a phenomenal team, and honestly, I think you're rolling with it as is. Now, Connor coming out with a start-sit question. Here, running back, we have Tracy as the name you need to go with. As well as most likely, who are we going with, Sermon or Dowdle? I mean, if you go over to my rankings this week, these running backs are extremely close. The thing with Sermon is I think you can be a little more confident with the market share numbers in his backfield. Whereas with Dowdle, he's going to be in a better offense with a quarterback that's more inducive of running back fantasy points. I would actually probably prefer Sermon over Chase Brown and Najee at this point. But yeah, I think we still go with Rico Dowdle. It's just a tough matchup against the Lions. And then down in the flex, it's probably not going to matter because we're not looking at any of the receivers anyway. We have no Justin Jefferson this week. So we probably end up playing Sermon regardless. And bold moves starting Anthony Richardson this week. I like to see it. I'm rooting for A-Rich this week. I'm rooting for him. I have him on the bench in the Flock League. I would love to make it seem like my trade with Sal was better than it actually was. But Rex says, Mason, my man, good morning. Last minute question. Start a beat up A-Rich or Lawrence. I will go A-Rich over a beat up Lawrence. I'm not sitting here saying that A-Rich is a player you need to start by any means, but I think Lawrence is more so a player that we probably should bench if we can do it. But anyway, for this team from Jay Hay, here, tight ends, probably an easy spot to go through and play McBride over Jake Ferguson, at least for me, where we have the long track record of this production from McBride. And then for the flex, it's very easy. Dontavian Wicks is not even remotely close to what you have with Bucky Irving. Please play Bucky Irving in the flex and play McBride there at tight end. Now, Mark coming out with a start-sit question. Here, we need a flex. We're looking at Tolbert, Christian Kirk. We have no Rashad White, no Pacheco. Downs is less appealing now that AR is the quarterback and Pittman is good to go. Personally, I probably go ahead and I probably take Christian Kirk still over Jalen Tolbert. It is very close, and I think you can kind of go back and forth here. With Kirk, we have the few weeks now where you are getting double-digit targets. It was that one-off instance that we had with Tolbert this past week. Now, obviously, that was also the first week we had no Brandon Cooks in, and it does look like Tolbert should be much more exciting going into the future than what he was at the beginning of the year, as well as what he was, previously in his career. But still, with that being said, specifically in this range, I think it's a spot that Kirk's probably just the play. Now, Holy Hero coming out says, half PPR, start 2. Etienne, Dowdle, Tracy, Sermon, Gibson. I personally am going to be going with Tracy, and between Etienne and Sermon, I think it's up to you. Full PPR format, I go with Travis Etienne. Half PPR league, I definitely think it's tougher. Can y'all please let me know in the chat, would you be going with Sermon or Etienne in a half PPR format? Going over to Underdog. Underdog is actually a half PPR league if you're looking at any of the fantasy points lines. They currently have Sermon higher lower 65.5 total yards, higher lower 9.75 fantasy points, whereas Travis Etienne is higher lower 9.85 fantasy points, higher lower 65.5 total yards. So they are literally within 0.1 points away from each other with the projections. I have Etienne higher than him on my rankings, but I put out my rankings in a full PPR league, half PPR format. They are definitely closer. We got in the chat, Sermon, Etienne, Etienne, Sermon, Etienne, Etienne, Sermon, Etienne, Sermon, Etienne, Etienne. So it does look like most people in the chat would rather have Travis Etienne, which I think I probably stand by as well. Now let's move this over for 10 Henny. Say starts it, says, I also as Sermon for a running back. Good to know. Thank you for letting me know. But wide receiver, I go with Olave. Obviously, Olave is not going to have great quarterback play this week with Spencer Rattler, or at least not great quarterback play that we can project. Maybe it does happen. But Downs is going to have a quarterback with not a lot of passing volume either. So I think it will be tough. Going over to running back, we have Tracy, Mixon, Brian Robinson. So running back, super easy. You don't play Sermon here. Play Mixon and Tracy. And then quarterback, we are going to go ahead and we will play Fields over AR against the Raiders. Seems like the Raiders are kind of giving up here. And at the same time, with the banged up Anthony Richardson, I wouldn't mind if we just wanted to wait a little bit of time before we got him in. Now, Dimo coming out with a super chat or super message says, should I offer Connor and Cup for Jefferson? That's a 12-team full PPR. We have Mixon, Bijan, and Amon-Ra already. So this is a team where you are just absolutely loaded up at running back, where you don't need the production from James Conner. Typically, I would say that in most spots, I'm wanting to go ahead, and I'm actually probably wanting to be on the receiving end of Cooper Kupp and not wanting to sell Cooper Kupp right now. However, with that being said, this does seem like a very reasonable price point if you were going to move on from Kupp. Because even if Kupp comes out and even if he is the wide receiver one that you expect him to be, I mean, we are getting Justin Jefferson in return, where it's never going to be something that we stress about. So honestly, with our running back room, I'd probably go get Jefferson. Now, Average Joe coming out with the start set says, need one for the flex in a full PPR format. What are your thoughts? Full PPR league, I think Wandale is actually a lot closer here, but I still probably just go ahead and take Tyrone Tracy in a really good matchup going up against the Cincinnati Bengals. With no Singletary, pretty safe workload overall. I am concerned about the receiving usage may not be 100% going to him, and instead possibly get trickled over to the way of Eric Gray. But yeah, I think you can go Tracy here. But let me refresh this just to make sure we have no more questions coming through the site before the game kicks off. And I do want to remind y'all, if y'all were here for the live stream last week, really fun. We had like a watch party with the London game. I would love to do that again this week. If y'all want to hang out in the chat and Dear God, we actually had a bunch of questions come in that we need to get to. But if y'all want to hang out in the chat, we can still go through and we can definitely talk about the game. And I'm definitely going to be watching it and live reacting to it. And it's just cool if we have a bunch of people in the chat that can go through and like we get the chat spamming when we get a big play and stuff. But anyway, going over to quarterback, we are going to be going with, actually, I'll go Goff. I think it's a higher scoring game environment. The Falcons project to be a very high scoring offense this week as well. It's a 6-point passing touchdown format. If we were changing anything, the guy I'd probably get out of here is Zay Flowers. Our pivot option would be Sermon. So with it being a full PBR format, if you wanted to leave it as is, I think you can. If you wanted to swap it over to Sermon, I think that's a viable move as well. Now, Keener, here I'm assuming we just need a flex. If that is the case, I personally am going to go ahead and take Bucky Irving. And y'all will keep Joe Mixon and David Montgomery over these other running backs as well. I mean, obviously, Tracy, Moss, these are exciting names. And Eckler's exciting. But, I mean, these are just locked and loaded studs for this week. Now, PD says, Happy BR can't decide for our wide receiver 3. So, we have no Addison. We have no Nico. We have no Puka. Downs just, I think you have to go Christian Kirk. Please go Christian Kirk this week. Downs looked like he was going to be the play, but the run out that he's had now that AR is the starting quarterback, not Flacco, plus Pittman's good to go, just a spot that you have to. Now you don't have to bench Downs, but I would for Christian Kirk. Sesh Boy says Bucky Irving or Wan'Dale Robinson in the flex. I think we will go ahead and take Bucky over Wan'Dale. I always prefer the running back stepping into the guaranteed touches over the receiver because the running back, those touches are kind of manufactured in a way where they don't have to do much. They just get handed the ball. Whereas obviously, if you're looking at what you have with the receivers, they still have to get open, even if they're going to be out there for every snap and every route run. It's not like they're guaranteed the production. Now, Dabo's transfer portal. Here we have James Cook, Kirk, Kraft getting traded for Gibbs and McBride. Kraft to McBride, big time upgrade. James Cook to Jahmyr Gibbs, big time upgrade. Paying Christian Kirk to get it done, no brainer. Let's get Gibbs and McBride. Now, Skyler coming out with a start set. Here, wide receiver, we are going to go ahead. We are going to lock in Chase, of course. We are probably going to be playing Tolbert over Olave, given what we have at quarterback in New Orleans. Bowers will be the tight ends. Running back will be going to go with Mixon as well as Tracy. Quarterback, we have Love. And then down for the flex, there's maybe a chance that we already played Jackson Smith and Jigba, which in this case, you go ahead and ignore this. I probably would go ahead and still take Olave over the names of like Brown and Ladd now that we have Moss officially good to go. And obviously, Ladd does have a very tough matchup. Now, going over to Sal Parisi says, we do 6-point passing touchdown formats. I know Daniels is in every week, but scared Ravens blow him out. I mean, even if the Ravens blow him out, Jaden Daniels will have like 45 dropbacks at that point, and you should have a bunch of rushing production there for Jaden Daniels. I'm assuming we already started Deebo Samuel. We have no Rice. We have no Waddle. We have no Jefferson. We'll go Deontay Johnson with our other receiver. Running back, we are going to go James Cook and Chase Brown. Quarterback, we go Daniels over Love. And then for the flex, I guess we have to play Keenan Allen as we have Waddle, Worthy, Jefferson, and Kyron all on the week 6 bye. Now, Robbie Flash coming out with a start sit question. Says stuck on wide receiver 2/flex spot this week. So I'm assuming that you're saying that we only need 2 wide receivers in a flex. Well, next thing is, I will say, if you say you only need 2 wide receivers in 1 flex, all you have to do is like fill out 2 empty wide receiver slots, how you like filled out the empty flex, and then put the players that you're considering underneath, and then we can go through and fill it out for you. But with our 2 receivers, we're going to be going with A.J. Brown and Amari Cooper. And then for our flex spot, we will just go ahead and we will play. Actually, I lied to you. We're going to go to Devonta Smith and A.J. Brown at wide receiver. And then we'll go Tyrone Tracy in the flex. And we'll be benching Amari Cooper. But So next question. Let's make sure that we don't have anything else coming in last minute before the game. And I'm going to turn on the game. Like I said, we will have that live watch party. Would love for you to hang out in the chat with us. And obviously I can't show the game on the screen. So if you can, I'll get the game on another screen if possible. But BP Hill says, full PPR format, should we start Montgomery or Joe Mixon? I personally go Mixon over Montgomery, especially in a full PPR league as well. But if you wanted to say, well, Montgomery has a good matchup, and at the same time, Mixon's coming off an injury where you don't 100% know what to expect, I wouldn't fault you at all for going with Montgomery. But personally, I play both guys. I think, actually now, because you have to play Jaden Reed in a full PPR format. We go Mixon. Now, Huffman says, here we need a running back. I go with Joe Mixon, and then honestly, I hate to say it, I probably bench Bucky Irving. I probably still play James Cook. It's real close between James Cook and Bucky. If you did have any hesitations with the James Cook injury yourself, you could go Bucky Irving over him. And then going over to our next start sit, we have Phoenix Lance says, Morton Mason, 4-1, and leaning towards Tolbert as wide receiver 3, but I'm torn between Rico and Sermon at the flex. I think you definitely go Tolbert over Wicks based off how this has shaped up for the Packers. And then for the flex spots, I would go Dowdle over Sermon. I just don't know if we love Sermon with Anthony Richardson with a lower checkdown rate, as well as us being in a spot where Richardson could vulture a rushing touchdown. So yeah, I would personally play Dowdle instead. But let me pivot over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. And also, let me get the game on screen. And also, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We are closing in on 1,000 likes. We are about 10 likes away from 1,000. The Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you were ever going to hit that like button, please do it now. Would really appreciate it. And yeah, like I said, we're all going to be watching the game together, hanging out in the live chat. So I would throw the game on if possible, if you can. But I'm actually going to have to rearrange this live stream real quick. This is actually a display capture, not a window capture. So let's remove that. Let's get a window capture on, because I'm not going to be allowed to play the game on my computer if I have a display capture going. We need a window capture that's about to be messed up here, which I apologize for, but it is what it is. We are going to be going with Flock Fantasy. Let me fix this. Need to zoom out a little bit. That wasn't too bad of a setup. Bam, already there. Professional live streamer. Now I can get the Jags-Bears game going. And already action. Ooh. Let's freaking go. All right, here's what we're rooting for in this game. Here's what we need. I have DeAndre Swift going. We want a big DeAndre Swift game for the Flock League. Honestly, for my underdog teams, I kind of need a big Roshan game. And we need... Let's see if Corey has anybody going in the game. I have Swift. He has Rome Odunze. We need nothing from Rome, and we need Swift to have a big day. Big day from Swift, nothing from Rome. Okay, but let me ask if y'all have any. If y'all have any questions in the chat, please drop them. David says you would be nuts to bench Breece Hall. Yeah, I don't know if somebody else was considering benching Breece Hall in the live stream, but yes, you would be absolutely nuts to bench Breece Hall. Do not do that. It doesn't even matter if you play in an 8-team league. You'd be nuts to do it. Austin says DJ Moore hate week. Sounds like Austin is going up against DJ Moore. Chris says Zay Flowers or Bucky Irving. I'm for sure going to be going with Bucky over Flowers, or Flowers obviously looks to be in a good matchup, but there's always the threat of Baltimore blowing them out, which right now they are like 7-point favorites. And if that does happen, then at that point you could potentially see This Baltimore Ravens offense just pivoting over to run, run, run. Okay. We got Callan says Javonte or Moss for the flex. I would definitely go with Moss. Much better matchup as well as a much better offense. And probably a better running back as well. I think he's just better all around. Okay. Garrett says, question, are we starting Ridley or Ladd? I would rather have Ladd over Ridley, but they're pretty close with how low scoring that you should expect the offense in Los Angeles to be. Really quick, one thing I want to check in on is just with my underdog teams in general, what do our exposures look like to this game? Our most drafted players on the Jags in order go from Tank Bigsby 1, Brian Thomas 2, Travis Etienne 3, Gabe Davis 4, Christian Kirk 5, Evan Ingram 6, Trevor Lawrence 7. So we are most rooting for Tank Bigsby and Brian Thomas from an underdog perspective. Going over to what we have, say, in Chicago's offense on underdog. Roshan 1 is my biggest exposure. Then Komet 2, Keenan 3, Rome 4, DJ 5, Caleb 6, Swift 7, and then Khalil Herbert last. Okay. But let's move this over. Ridley or Trey Tucker, give me Ridley. Devonta Smith or Bucky Irving at the flex. Obviously, both options are phenomenal. I'd probably go Bucky, but it's really close. Who was that? Was that Gabe Davis? All right. Gabe Davis on the outs. Obviously, Gabe Davis, one of those players that really only matters for underdog. Nobody cares about him in a regular redraft league. Does Bucky have a higher ceiling than Deontay Johnson in a full PPR format? I think they have a relatively similar ceiling. I think, honestly, I'd rather have Bucky, but I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to go Deontay. Looks like it's a full game here in London. This is a Jacksonville Jaguars home game. Pitch to Bigsby, not much with it. Always conflicted. When we go through and we tell everybody to bench Bigsby and for the love of God, don't be playing Bigsby over Bucky Irving. And then also Bigsby's my highest owned player in this game from an underdog perspective. I would like Bigsby points, but Bigsby has a monstrous performance. It'll make our rankings this week look like they're clownish, but let's also pivot over. I think we have some team reviews to get to on the site, and we will do those as we react to the game. Ooh, who was that? Is that an Evan Ingram sighting? But yeah, anyway, if you ever wanted to get any questions answered, you could always go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. Ooh, let me update my rankings or confirm my updated rankings. But anyway, go hit expert advice. There you can send a super message. You can ask a start sit question, trade question, team review, whatever you are wanting. Or you can just find that link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Or if you wanted that team review, definitely what I'd recommend doing is taking advantage of the promos that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you're going to be getting a free Joe Burrow pick, less than half a total yard as well. And you can find that link in the live chat. If you were just wanting the free team review, make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. But let's mark this complete for Phoenix Lance. And then let's go ahead and let's dive into the next question that we have here. This is one of those free underdog team reviews from Mike. Ooh, we just did not mean to do that. Ooh, who is that? Is that Brian Thomas? Brian Thomas, big play. The Jags offense not looking bad. Not looking bad. But anyway, this is to Infinity and Bijan. Right now, we are the 5th team in the league analyzer. This is a 12-team Dynasty Superflex Start 10 league. Pulling this up, we are 3-2, so I'm assuming maybe we are leaning a little bit more towards the contending side. Quarterback, we are sitting with Herbert, Baker. Would be very difficult to sell this as a quarterback room that's ready to contend right now. Baker Mayfield looks like he can be a low-end QB1 in the short term. Justin Herbert looks like he can be a low-end QB2. So if you were wanting to make a play to win this year, I think you actually may be interested in getting an upgrade here at QB in a Superflex league. Going over to running back, we have Bijan as the cornerstone asset that we can contend with in the short term and build around in the long term as well. We have Brian Robinson here as, I view him as a contending piece, but still a running back that's young enough to give you upside in 2025. Outside of that, running back depth is extremely questionable. Wide receiver, we have Puka Nacua for the long-term upside. He can help us contend at the end of this year. And at the same time, obviously, with Puka Nacua, he does have value for 2025 and beyond. Brian Thomas Jr. looks like just an absolute crusher. DJ Moore, Chris Godwin, veteran contending pieces that are going to help us win now. Same thing with Mike Evans. It's a start 10 format, so we can get a ton of these receivers in. We can start 5 weekly, and we have 5 very quality names. We have some depth beyond this as well. Going over to tight end, we have Kelsey. So, this is one of those teams where we are definitely incentivized to contend based off, one, we're 3-2. Also, looking at what you have, say, with some of these veteran names like Kelsey, DJ Moore, Godwin, Evans, the running backs that are maybe not guaranteed to be as exciting in 2025 as they are right now. If you wanted to potentially pivot off of Justin Herbert and go get to a quarterback that's going to help us contend in the short term, like if you could send Herbert to, I don't know, let's go through and let's look at a rebuilding roster, because I think Herbert may have more value for a rebuilder than he does for us. This team here at the bottom is 1-4. Yeah, they have nobody at quarterback, so never mind. This team's 1-4. They have nobody at quarterback outside of Mahomes, so that's probably not going to work. The 2-3 team's probably not ready to pack it in just yet. So honestly, I don't really see a trade here that makes a ton of sense. If you wanted to do something, I think it's upgrading quarterback. If we wanted to contend this year, I think it's pivoting off of Justin Herbert and maybe getting to a quarterback in the range of like Dak Prescott, Jared Goff. That's a little bit older. That's maybe not exciting for the long term in the way that Herbert is, but can still give us production for this year and a couple of years down the road. But outside of that, it's a team that's situated in a way that we want to be contending this year. You could also look to potentially sell just a 2025 first and go through and pivot over and get to Jared. Just sell a 2025 first to get to Jared Goff, to get to Dak Prescott. If we can somehow right now sell a second and a third to the Tua owner, if they think that Tua's not coming back, I think that could really help out this team. So I would really like an upgrade here in the Superflex spot if we can. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. It's definitely an awkward team in that we are situated to be a contender and we really need to upgrade quarterback. We are going to do that. Now, we have Mark coming out with a massive dono, says $500 buy-in, full PBR league. 3 days ago, we traded Brian Thomas Jr. and Jaden Reed for Xavier Worthy, Justin Jefferson. Should have led off with Jefferson. When we saw Worthy, I was like, oh my gosh, do not like this. But yeah, if you got Jefferson, obviously, like to see it. Lawrence scrambles, has to throw it away. But thinking about moving for a top running back and getting rid of Mixon, Connor, plus a low receiver. What do you think? I'm 3-2 and second in my division. Top 3 in each division make the playoffs. 12 total teams in the league. Well, this is a team where we're 3-2. We have the most value according to the league analyzer. The other team here with the second spot has a ton of value as well, but really we are sitting here in a really comfortable situation, being one of those top 2 juggernauts. Looking at what we have at quarterback, it's going to be a very important position because you can only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, so QB is going to make up a high percentage of our starting lineup output. And oh my gosh, Gabe Davis drops the touchdown. Gabe Davis had it in his hands. RIP. If you had Gabe Davis in a best ball league, or if you had Lawrence in a super flex. It literally looked like Lawrence threw the ball too hard at him. I mean, but hit him in the chest. Can't complain. But anyway, I would like to upgrade quarterback if possible. I mean, looking at the squad that we have currently, I actually think that we probably can look to make a move here. If it is a 4-point passing touchdown league, I think it would be an interesting spot to potentially sell, say, the combo of like Xavier Worthy, who we just picked up, and Jordan Love, if you can pivot over to a quarterback with the elite rushing upside. Where if you could pivot over to, say, I don't know, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson, I think I would go ahead and look to do that. I'm sorry. We slept for 4 hours last night. I'm going over to running back. We have Gibbs, RB1, Mixon, RB1, Connor, solid option, Pacheco for the long term, Tracy as a potential viable flex play this week, especially as we have no Justin Jefferson. This is a phenomenal team. Going over to wide receiver, we have the 2 wide receiver ones with Jefferson, A.J. Brown, both presumably top 5 options. Stephon Diggs looks like a great flex play. The wide receiver depth here does look a little bit expendable. So I do think you could, like we said, sell Xavier Worthy and Jordan Love to go get to an elite quarterback with a rushing upside. Here with this league, going over to tight end, we have Kelsey. So we have the tight end 1 in fantasy. This is obnoxiously good. I think what we do for sure is after we get Kelsey back from the bye, you cut Hunter Henry, and then you go ahead and pick up Braylon Allen off the waiver wire, a running back that could see a massive spike in value if anything were to happen to Breece Hall. I think I would also maybe, actually, no, your tight end waiver wire is garbage. I don't mind you playing Hunter Henry here. Don't love it, but I think you can do it. And then if you were able to make that 2-for-1 deal where you're able to potentially sell, say, Xavier Worthy and Love to get to the elite level quarterback, because we were so strong here in this league, we only have to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Then at that point, I think you go over to the waiver wire and you can most likely just pick up another option for free. Somebody like Dontavian Wicks. But it is a really, really strong team. I mean, we're sitting with 2 RB1s, 2 wide receiver ones, the tight end 1 overall. And so really the only thing I think you can do here is trade for an elite quarterback given your league settings. Now, Fat Walrus coming out says, should we gamble on a semi-injured James Cook or just stick with Tracy for the week? For me, I would go James Cook. If you think that there's an outside chance that James Cook misses on Monday night, then obviously going through and starting him would just be absolutely devastating if we don't have another running back that we could pivot over to. But I think James Cook should be good to go. You have both Shefty as well as Ian Rappaport confirming it. So both sources saying that he is good, I tend to just trust them. I think that he'll probably be good. I think you can probably just go ahead and put him in your lineup. Okay. But let's move this back over. Full screen, we can answer some of the free questions in the live chat. And like I said, this is half a fantasy football live Q&A, and this is half a Jags Bears watch party. We have one more question. I'll just get out of the way. Van Glider says T. Wandale or Mooney at the flex in a full PPR format. I'm going to go with T. Higgins, with him just being in a much better offense than the other options. It's like, yeah, this is just, I like how we send the absolute garbage teams to London, where we just give the Europeans the worst game imaginable. Can y'all please let me know in the live chat, is there anybody that is international here? Like, is there anybody that's not based in the United States or Canada where you can give me some insight on if the NFL playing these games overseas makes a difference? Nico says he is international. Do you think, at least from your perspective, obviously, because I'm in America, I have no idea. Is there any difference with the NFL playing these games overseas? Like, if you're in France, are you more interested in the NFL because they're playing a game in London right now? Because for me personally, I honestly think instead of the Sunday morning games, and maybe I'm just selfish here with the streams, but I would almost prefer them to do like a Monday night game. I guess, obviously, if it is in Europe, it has to. Yeah, that's the thing. I like the Monday night game when you had it with the Eagles, Packers, where it was the normal scheduled time. But I guess if it's in Europe, you can't do the Monday night game where it's just, what? It'd be like 4 a.m. over there. Okay. Seister says, it does. They show it in pubs sometimes. Okay. Normally, international games are low scoring. I mean, this is why we said, like, when in doubt, you don't play the guy in London. God, Caleb Williams. It's just, it's funny. It's so funny. Okay. G says, I live over here. Not worth it. Makes no difference. We hate American football, to be honest. It is funny that, like, I feel like basketball is so good at being an international sport, where the NFL is by far and away the biggest sport. It's not even close in the United States. But internationally, the NFL doesn't have the same impact, at least from what I can tell, as what like basketball has. The NFL is like the biggest deal in the world for us. But elsewhere, it doesn't matter as much. XB says Chase Brown or Tyrone Tracy tonight. I'm definitely going to go with Tracy over Brown. Tracy over Brown. Yeah, that Caleb play was a little ugly. It was ugly. It was ugly. So that's what made me laugh. But Kevin says Lazard or Keon Coleman in the second flex spot. I personally go Keon Coleman. Obviously, Keon has kind of just been getting lucky with touchdowns. The receiving volume hasn't been there. If you're looking at what we have with this Bills offense, however, I do think it's going to be a better offense going into the future than what it has been. It's hard to imagine it being a worse offense, to be honest. King Al says James Cook news ? James Cook should be good to go. Everything that we have read says that Cook will be a viable option here. Obviously, it sucks with him playing on Monday night. So if you could, I would throw him in the flex spot, not your running back slot, just in case anything does happen. Solomon says Love or Kyler 6-point passing touchdown format. I will go ahead and I will take Jordan Love over Kyler Murray in a 6-point passing touchdown league. Joe Mixon is going to be playing as well, at least indicated based off reports. And of course, I will always remind you, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you could always go over to flockfantasy.com. You can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, a super message, whatever you are wanting there. It's with the link with the ask a question here in the live chat, or just go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. Or also, if you wanted that team review, definitely what I would recommend doing, and honestly, I'd probably do this regardless. If you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And on top of that, you're going to be getting a free Joe Burrow pick for the game tonight, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single day. All you got to do is make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who we should accredit with that free team review voucher. But what has the touch breakdown been between ETN and Bigsby so far this game? Obviously, it looks like, I haven't seen the box score, but watching the game, it looks like neither running back has done anything. So far, 3 carries for Bigsby, 2 carries for ETN. It's just such a low scoring environment that nothing here really matters. Evan Ingram getting going. Evan Ingram here to potentially save the tight end position. Obviously, not really. Not really. Okay. Yeah, Lawrence looking good. If there's any consolation to this, Lawrence looks better. And this has been a pretty good Bears defense so far this season. Nick Nurse says Slayton or Tolbert. We're for sure going to go Jalen Tolbert over Darius Slayton. We have a long history of Slayton doing nothing. I think Darius Slayton is the ultimate sucker play. Jordan says DJ Moore for Tyreek, valid trade. I would way rather have Tyreek. Down goes Lawrence. Down goes Lawrence. I'm surprised with the amount of people in this game that actually are wearing the gear for the teams that are playing. Maybe it's because it's the Jags and the Bears. But typically with the London games, you get a bunch of random NFL jerseys where you wouldn't really be able to tell what teams are playing based off the crowd. But Evan Ingram gets you the cheap reception. You'd imagine they're probably going for it on this. Are they going for it, or are they just trying to draw him off? Yeah, I was trying to get him off. Okay. Cam says, start Chase Brown, Leggett, or Khalil Shakir. I would rather go with Chase Brown. Obviously, with Zach Moss, good to go. Like, it's not like Chase Brown is a must-start player by any stretch of the imagination, but it's still a good offense. It's still an environment where they should be able to run the ball in the second half. And I think Leggett and Shakir are far from must-start players. Kohler says, I'm about to start crying tears of joy watching Ingram play. Had to start Andrews over the past. Yeah, if you had Andrews and Ingram at this point, I think you just go ahead and cut Andrews. Like, the thing with Ingram is so hard to expect. I mean, didn't know what to expect this week. Going back to week 1 where Ingram didn't do anything. So not only has he been injured, but also at the same time, of course, like you were kind of stuck here with a 1-game sample of pretty disappointing play. Gio says, how many points do you think Brian Thomas Jr. is going to finish with this game? Going through, right now, Thomas has 4.1 full PBR, 4 points in the first quarter. Tough matchup, great receiver. We had him ranked as a mid-wide receiver 2 this week. I think if I had to throw a number out, 15, 16 points, full PBR. I just saw the weirdest commercial of my entire life. But Austin says, Thomas, 20 bomb coming in again. Please spam the chat. How many points does Brian Thomas Jr. finish with this game? How many points are you getting for Brian Thomas Jr.? What does he finish with? We got 17, 21, 19, 15, 12, 25, 10, 18, 16, 13. Brian, 5,000. Dear God. Dear God. Oh, imagine. Just imagine. What dreams are made out of. That was such a good stretch. What I may need to do here is I may need to start using this standing desk. Is there anybody else in the chat that has a standing desk that only sits with it? But they punt it away. I think there'd be, in my mind, NFL, and obviously these guys know what they're doing. These guys are good, but there would be no job that's more nerve-wracking. Like the risk to reward ratio, if you had a job in the NFL, there'd be nothing worse than being a punt returner. Like risk reward, maybe, just maybe you pick up 15 yards and you look cool. Risk, you let the ball go when you shouldn't. Fair catch when you shouldn't. Muff it. You have guys running at you full speed. Ball coming from the sky. Like, I feel like that would be freaking terrifying. Okay. Sam says Diggs or Godwin in a standard league. I would prefer Stephon Diggs over Chris Godwin with no with no Nico. Cole says punt returners and running backs are crazy people. Yeah, I think really, obviously, any job on the football field is like just crazy for me to put my mind in. Like you have a 300-pound guy running at you full speed. You're going to take the ball and everybody's trying to like, it's crazy to think about, but at least if you're like a running back, like if you're say James Cook or Devon Achane, it's probably scary. You have these guys that are way bigger than you running at you to smash you, but at least you get the glory. Like at least you have some upside. There's a lot of risk, but there's a lot of reward as well. If you're a punt returner, there's no reward. Pale Horse Rider says Crafter Laporta. This is the main question that I think everybody has in fantasy football this week at the tight end position. We've seen it 1,000 times now. 1,000 times now I've said that I prefer Sam Laporta, but I am not a good judge on this, and I am the first person to admit that. I drafted Sam Laporta in a ridiculous amount of flock leagues in round 4. And at the same time, a decent amount of underdog leagues, and I took him in the flock league in round 4 as well. So, like Sam Laporta is the tight end I am most invested into this year, which obviously has not worked out so far. Who knows if it will turn around? So, it's definitely a spot where I wouldn't trust me. I would go Laporta. But when we asked the chat previously, it was like half and half on Laporta and Tucker Kraft. Good little run by Swift. Thank you, Swift, for the points. I'll take him. Okay. Sean says, am I the only one still starting managers? You are the only one still starting managers. Managers was cut in the flock league, and I didn't pick him up. I picked up, I think, Dalton Schultz instead. Toothache says Terry McLaurin or Chuba Hubbard. We did this earlier in the live stream in the week, so I don't want to redo it just because some people will be here, so I think they'll probably get the right answer. But if I were to ask you, points per game wise, what is Terry McLaurin sitting with right now? What wide receiver is he? He's the wide receiver 33 points per game in a full PPR format. You go with the 3-down running back, you go Chuba Hubbard. Terry McLaurin's like a low-end wide receiver 2 flex option weekly. But definitely go with Hubbard over McLaurin. Logan says, I dropped Andrews for crap before he hit 24. Love to see it. Brand says Pickens or Tracy. For sure go Tracy over Pickens. Like if you have a running back like Bucky, Tracy, or Chuba Hubbard stepping into a 3-down workload, you always play them over like the fringe wide receiver options. Okay, looking at this. A Bucky or Bigsby. My guy Bigsby's literally playing right now. It's too late. Caleb Williams getting a little bit of running. I think, honestly, for Caleb Williams, his rookie season, like if you're a quarterback, if you are Caleb Williams, the dream, if you can be mobile, is I don't think any quarterback comes into the NFL going, I want to be Lamar Jackson. I want to take 100+ hits a season. I want to have to rely on my legs. Obviously, Lamar's elite, not taking anything away from him. But the ideal is like, I want to be the Mahomes mold, where I know I can run the ball, but I'm good enough where like Mahomes, he can run it. He is mobile, but he doesn't have to do it for the vast majority of the games in the regular season just because they don't matter. And he obviously is good enough to get away with not using his legs. I don't know if Caleb is there yet. I think like Caleb, if you are going to find success your rookie season, they probably have to start utilizing him as a rusher a little bit more. Just to open up the offense. Kohler says, I think a lot of quarterbacks idolize Vic growing up. Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely idolizing someone's playing style like that. But I'm saying if you're wanting like longevity, in my mind, the successful mold for these quarterbacks isn't to be Josh Allen. It isn't to be Lamar Jackson. If you're talking about long-term career, it's not to be like, oh, okay, I'm going to rely on my athleticism. I'm going to be Jalen Hurts. I'm going to have 100 rushing attempts every season. I think it makes a lot more sense to be the Mahomes mold where you're not expected. Hell yes. There we go. We get Roshan some action. My underdog teams helping us out. But I think you probably want to more so rely on being a pocket passing option where you do have the mobility, you can extend plays, and then in the playoffs, you can go through and you can use your legs when it matters. But freaking love to see Roshan. Roshan is let me see. I think Roshan and Bigsby are like my most invested into RBs on Underdog from a dollar spent perspective. I will go ahead and pull this up, but entry fees, it goes Roshan, Taylor, then Bigsby are my top 3 RBs. Big Komet. Oh, Komet breaks it. Oh, Komet touchdown. Oh my gosh. Big touchdown. Cole Komet. Oh, that was nice. Komet bulldozered. That was a nice play design, too. It's Cole Komet wide open. Man just stops. Trucks the safety over. And then Cole Komet snapping the ball for the extra point. That's hilarious. Christopher says, are the Texans a God DTS stream? Yeah, I mean, definitely if you can go ahead, if you can pick up Houston, they should be the best defensive streaming option that you have this week, for sure. Definitely go get the Texans defense if you can. Okay. Anthony says Austin Eckler or Bucky Irving. I think you for sure go Bucky Irving. Like, I'm excited about Eckler, but to be honest, you are going to be looking at Jeremy McNichols having a role where with Bucky Irving, I think he's going to have the vast, vast majority of the touches here in Tampa. Thomas says start Downs or Wicks in a full PPR format. Very close. If Christian Watson's good to go, I'd probably go Josh Downs. If Christian's not, I think that there's just going to be so much more passing volume in Green Bay than there will be in Indianapolis. Like, realistically, going through and even just looking at what you have here with the underdog picks this week, for the projections in Green Bay, Jordan Love, higher, lower, 257.5 passing yards. Whereas if you're looking at what you have in Indianapolis, Anthony Richardson, higher, lower, 191. Massive, massive gap between what you should expect with the passing volume available in both offenses. Glass of Crackers says Morning Mason, Slayton, or Madison in the flex spot, full PPR. No Zamir White for sure. Madison, Zamir White plays. I think you could go Slayton if you really wanted. Slayton or Wicks? Probably prefer Wicks. I just don't want to play Slayton. Like, honestly, I may go ahead and cook something up here. I wish I saved my underdog pick. Tank Bigsby, big return there. Wu-Tang says, watching from Santario, Greece on vacation. Let's go. Let's go. Have fun on vacation, my friend. Yeah, Tank trying to return it. Bowers or McBride? I think you probably go Bowers now that you not only are losing Adams in this offense, but you probably have no Jacoby Myers either. So I think you have to go Bowers. We get a fumble. Who fumbled? Did Travis Etienne just fumble? Travis Etienne's never going to see the field again. R.I.P. Travis Etienne. He's done. He's done for good. Yeah, Etienne trying to get cut. Dear God. Tank Bigsby to the freaking moon. Etienne is done. Doesn't make a difference for my team in the Flock League. We got neither. My underdog teams, I got a lot of Bigsby, so it helps me. Skip Payless says, Etienne and Ayuk ruined my whole week 6. Seems like Ayuk and Etienne have probably ruined a lot of your weeks so far this year. Now, I will say this as a quick side note. Obviously, I never watched like any of the ESPN talk shows or anything like the Stephen A. Smith or the Skip Bayless. But when I was younger, I used to like get annoyed, maybe just jealous in a way that they were like so big when it was just obviously everything that they do is fake. But now, as I'm older, seeing the clips of like over the past few years, seeing the clips of Skip Bayless, seeing the clips of what's the other guy's name? God, what's his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. I have to get his name. Someone help me out. Not Shannon Sharp. I was thinking of Shannon Sharp. Other obnoxious ESPN guy that's like Skip Bayless. Stephen A. Smith. Seeing like the Stephen A. Smith and like Skip Bayless clips on just like Instagram Reels or something of them just going funny. Obviously, they're just playing a character. They don't mean anything that they say. But yeah, I think it's legitimately funny. Like I like seeing that stuff. But let's move this over. Vladimir says Harrison or Higgins, extremely close. Definitely rest of season. I would prefer having Harrison. But in the short term here, I think you can kind of go either way. For this week, if you wanted to go Higgins, not going to fault you for it. If this week you wanted to go Harris, I think you can as well. Clearly, it's a really high-scoring offense in what you have. with the Cincinnati Bengals. Colin says the McAfee show's worth watching. To be honest with you, like I said, I don't watch any network TV. I'm like a YouTube addict. I don't even watch many like YouTube football shows. But I don't watch any network TV at all. So I don't think I've ever seen the McAfee show. The only experience I ever have with the McAfee show is I don't know, on social media, like on Twitter. So it looks like Etienne did not fumble. He did not catch the ball. Which looked like a catch to me. Pocket collapses. Lawrence runs for his life. Cannot get the first down. Okay. Zeeb says McAfee show started on YouTube years before it was ESPN. I understand that, but I didn't even watch it back then. Etienne's alive, barely. Looks like he's not going to be officially sent to the dungeon forever now. But let me see if we have any more questions on this site to get through. We have a big time dodo coming out from JD Skinner for a team review. Says, looking for general advice, 3 and 2. My rounds 1 through 5 picks will miss this week, so most likely 3 and 3. No room to make any adds in place of Myers. Should we be looking to trade or hold? Got offered Walker, Brian Thomas Jr., and Hunt for Tyreek and Pacheco. I'd rather have Hunt over Pacheco rest of season. Tyreek for Walker, Brian Thomas Jr. Very fair offer for a 3 and 3 team. It is a 10-team format. So you have to think about the guy that you would go ahead and drop. Team name here is JSN's in Paris. We are the worst team in the league. According to the league analyzer, that is. It's a 10-team format. Quarterback, we are currently sitting with Anthony Richardson as well as Justin Fields. Here, obviously, we can just play the matchups between the two guys rest of season. I think quarterback is the least of our worries. I would make this Tyreek Hill deal for sure. In this environment, we're at running back right now. We have Connor, Pollard, Tracy. Tracy looks viable in the short term here. In the long term, that may not be the case. Going over to wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Kupp, Collins. So it's not your fault. I mean, we had the Kupp injury. We had the Collins injury. We had the Tua injury for Tyreek. So, I mean, this team does kind of suck, but Pacheco got injured. Tyreek lost his quarterback. Kupp got injured. Nico Collins got injured. What were you supposed to do? So I think at this point, yeah, when we have so much of this long-term upside, but so many of these players dealing with injuries right now, I think you probably go ahead. I think you probably look to trade Tyreek, get what you can. Going over to tight end, we have Pitts. I do think you can make some waiver wire moves here. Like Keon Coleman, in my mind, is somebody that I think has a much higher ceiling than Jerry Jeudy rest of season. So I personally would cut Jerry Jeudy in favor of Keon Coleman. And I do so relatively easily as well. terms of other moves that we're going to make with the team, I don't necessarily think that there are many. I mean, also, if we end up making that Tyreek Hill trade, it may be a spot where we bring on the extra players. So we actually, is that Rome? Get him. I'm playing against Rome. Do not let Rome do anything. But if we make that Tyreek Hill deal, we may actually have to open up another roster spot. So we maybe can't afford to drop Judy for Coleman. We may just have to drop Judy, period. So we open up the spot with the Tyreek Hill deal. But honestly, even in that instance, I still probably go through and drop Jacoby Myers for Keon. And we should get Cooper Kupp back in week 7. So honestly, it's super impressive with all these injuries that you have managed to be 3-2. This week, start Connor Pollard at running back, wide receiver. We have no Tyreek Kupp Collins. We start JSN. You cut Jacoby Myers. You pick up Keon Coleman to start Keon Coleman, wide receiver 2. Throw Tracy in the flex, put Fields in at quarterback. There's a chance that we win. I mean, hell, if we're 4-2, and then long term we get Collins, Kupp coming back in, this may be a phenomenal team here. But we just obviously need to survive through these injuries. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And yeah, thank you so much for everything. And let's move this over. Bears are moving out. What is Roma Dunze up to at this point? What are the points looking like? $3.8. I'm fine with it. That was Rome's first catch of the day. We're fine with it. A Caleb pick through a duck. He just lofted it up there. Why the hell didn't you not just... Moore was wide open. Threw a rainbow ball. Just throw a dart. DJ Moore walks into the end zone. Why did you put so much air on that ball? Yeah, the Bears were moving. Caleb not having a strong rookie season in the slightest. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Caleb Williams game log. I mean, wow, we can do this on the other computer. Caleb Williams game log. Let's pull this up. What are we cooking with here, Caleb Williams? What have we done so far this year? Right now we rolling with a total of 6 passing touchdowns to 5 interceptions. You have to throw in a touchdown and throw in an interception in this game. Adjusted yards per pass attempt have been garbage. Let's look up 2024 adjusted yards per pass attempts. Well, let's just look up 2024 passing. Let's go to Pro Football Reference. Let's get rid of these ads. Adjusted yards per pass attempt. Where's Caleb Williams sitting at? Flacco, obviously, limited sample. Top quarterbacks in adjusted yards per pass attempt this year. Lamar, Purdy, Burrow, Daniels, Baker, Allen, Darnold, Stroud, Carr, Goff. Fields up here at 12. Actually kind of surprised to see Fields that high. Where are you at, Caleb? Caleb down here. The only quarterbacks Caleb is ahead of coming into today's game. Obviously, we get a couple more picks. He may fall down even further. He's ahead of Will Levis, Bo Nix, Deshaun Watson, Jacoby Brissett, Anthony Richardson, and Aaron Rodgers. And he's right behind Gardner Minshew, Jalen Hurts, Daniel Jones, Andy Dalton. It's funny. It's like you can look at this consistently with adjusted yards per pass attempts. And consistently, you can look at the guys at the bottom will not be in the NFL the next season. Like, Will Levis will not be in the NFL next year. Deshaun Watson, I mean, I don't want to say will not be in the NFL. Will Levis will probably not be a starting quarterback next year. Watson will probably not be a starting quarterback next year. Brissett, probably not a starting quarterback next year. Rodgers, you better turn around soon, bud. Obviously, the young QBs like Caleb, Anthony Richardson, Bo Nix get a little bit more of a long leash, but Gardner Minshew will not be in the NFL next year. Or won't be a starting quarterback in the NFL, that is. Caleb has had, objectively, a very, very tough season. Tank in on the first play here for this drive for the Jags. Tank Bigsby is done. I'm sorry, Travis Etienne is done. It is now officially the Tank Bigsby show. Etienne has lost the job, it looks like. Tank is cooking, helping our underdog teams. What is Tank at right now in this game? Because I want to say the underdog pick'em that you had for Tank was higher, lower, 41.5 rushing yards. Tank is sitting at 13 rushing yards. So, I mean, there's not really like a super exciting case to be made with Tank Dell here. Okay. Let's move this over. Is that Evan Ingram? Doesn't get the first down, though. God, the Jags are looking horrible. Dante says, Tolbert, Wandale, or Darius Slayton. I will go Wandale Robinson. Good matchup. Good matchup. Punt out of bounds. So you're going to get a little bit of a 2-minute drill here from Caleb. Let's see what Caleb's able to do. Obviously, get a few more seconds on the clock. You get 3 minutes. What's up with the people in London dressing up? Dear God. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I need to stretch. Oh. Tyler says, I wish I benched ETN. Yeah, our ranking of ETN not looking so hot right now. Where did we rank Travis ETN for this week? Travis Etienne, we have, let's go RB, not rest of season. We want to look at week 6. We want to look at my rankings. We had Travis Etienne at RB 22. At this point, it looks like it should have been the play to put Eckler, Gibson, Ford, Sermon all over Etienne. This point looks like Etienne should have been down closer to RB 27, RB 28 in the ranks this week. Yeah, more like RB 220. Tyler says, I dropped AR, so his breakout game's coming. It does seem reckless to drop AR. Like, I'm not starting Anthony Richardson. Like, I started Brock Purdy on Thursday over AR, but based off the rushing upside that you have, he could still be a bad real-life quarterback and an effective option in fantasy football. So if you could hold on to him, I definitely would. Marcus says, start Wandale or Tracy. I'd rather have the running back stepping into opportunity than the receiver. Give me Wandale. Sorry, give me Tracy. Sorry. Both guys are obviously in a great matchup in an offense that looks to have some hope. Adam says the rushing upside where he gets hurt every time. That exact rushing upside. That's the rushing upside we're talking about. But I mean, you can say the same. I'm not trying to make, trust me, the last thing I'm doing here is saying that Anthony Richardson's Lamar Jackson. But at the same time, if y'all remember back a couple years ago, people were looking at Lamar Jackson after, you see, 15 games 2020, 12 games 2021, 12 games 2022. People saying, oh, Lamar can't stay healthy. Lamar runs too much. You don't want Lamar. Which, like I said, I'm not saying that Anthony Richardson is Lamar Jackson. But we saw the same thing with the guy that's in the game right now. If y'all remember back, you think back to 2014, 2015, people saying, oh, Keenan Allen can't stay healthy. Keenan Allen can't stay healthy. Injury. A lot of times you see 3 injuries. It may seem like, oh, this player's destined to get injured every single time forever, but it is a small sample. Could just be completely random. Now, I will say, I do think Anthony Richardson's probably at a higher risk for injuries given his playing style, of course, than other options. But still. Caleb Williams slides well before anybody's close to hitting him. Caleb Williams is not trying to get hit. Airz says not getting a verification code for the website. If you're having any issues with flockfantasy.com, please send them in the site issues section of the Discord. You can find the Discord link in the description of this live stream. But same thing, people saying CMC is always injured, right? Then CMC comes out as 2 seasons where he's the RB1 overall in fantasy football. Now, am I saying that we should have all, as a fantasy football community, which everybody in the community ranked Richardson as a top 10 quarterback in consensus coming into the year? Should we have done that? Probably not. 2020 hindsight, probably reckless. But if we're at this point where we're talking about cutting Anthony Richardson, I think you still have enough rushing upside where we can say that there's enough upside to hold on to him. Joe Mixon is playing today. Joe says what to do as a DJ Moore owner. 2 weeks ago, we had DJ Moore as that sell high candidates coming off of 4 games straight, double-digit fantasy points, and the receiving touchdown, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, look at me, we got it right. No, obviously DJ Moore the next week blew up for 2 receiving touchdowns and a massive game in general. But this was the issue that we had with DJ Moore, and this is why we initially had him as that sell-high candidate. You can see his in-game underdog pick'em right now is higher, lower, 4.5 receptions, 30.5, 7.5 receiving yards, 16.5 for his longest reception. But I don't know. It's probably too late. Maybe what we should have done is we should have had the Stones to double down on the sell high video this week. Say, oh, the passing volume's not there. You have a lot of target competition. You have a viable tight end. You have Keenan. You have Rome. But now after this game, I don't think there's any way in hell that you can go through and look to trade DJ Moore. Realistically, what are you going to get? Alexander says, what should we do with Travis Etienne after this performance? I wish I was smart enough to have known coming into week 1, hey guys, Travis Etienne's going to do nothing. Travis Etienne's a bum this season. Travis Etienne's going to lose his job to Tank Bigsby. Now, I was lucky enough to make Bigsby, I believe, our second most drafted running back on Underdog this year from $1 spent. Is that Rome? Please not be Rome. It is Rome. Dear God. But honestly, 2020 hindsight year, it doesn't help us because everybody in your league knows that Travis Etienne has not done a single thing. We go ahead and look at this so far this year from Travis Etienne. We are looking at a total of, after this week, will be 6 games with 2 touchdowns, where the man is barely eclipsing 10 fantasy points a week. Nobody will trade for Travis Etienne. You're stuck with them on your team. A-Rod says, keep feeding Rome. For the love of God, don't. For the love of God. Look in the other direction. Hey, Cole Kmet again. Come on. If you want to do something, go to Kmet. Go to Kmet. David says Caleb would be better if he fed Allen. I think Caleb just needs to run. I think Caleb in this offense, not a good offense to not utilize Caleb as a rushing quarterback. Simi Valley Cruz says Swift is fool's gold. I started Swift last week and this week. Honestly, I think it was the right play. I mean, obviously not looking super strong right now. What is DeAndre Swift sitting with? You have the Roschon Johnson usage as well. Swift sitting with 3.6 fantasy points. But honestly, after a service for us last week, I'm not going to sit here and cry about DeAndre Swift. Swift gave us a great week last week. He did everything he needed to. Keenan Allen picks up the first. Here's what we need. How about this? Keenan Allen gets inside the 5-yard line. Then we get to see DeAndre Swift punch it in. Either DeAndre Swift punches it in for my flock team or Roschon punches it in for the underdog teams. Yeah, my thing is like, all these Ditkas in the stand, like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oz says Rico Dowdle, Chase Brown, or Tracy. Probably go with Tracy for the running back that's going to have the guaranteed touches in a pretty good matchup. Ross says start Daniels or Burrow. 4-point passing touchdown format. Daniels, 6-point passing touchdown format. Burrow. 35 seconds left. 1st and 10. Dump off to Swift. Thanks for the cheap reception. I'll take it. Quick 1.3 points. We'll take it. Perry says Bucky or Connor this week. Close if it's a full PPR format. Non-PPR, easily give me Connor. Full PPR league, I think it's up to you. But yeah, both are great options. Elizabeth says PPR is a joke. I'm honestly kind of coming around to agree with you. Like, seeing some of these players like Wan'Dale Robinson get there. Like, Underdog is half PPR. I think half PPR is like a happy medium. Oh, Caleb tries to barrel over someone to get inside the end zone there. Perfect. 1st and goal. Inside the 5-yard line. Whatever we're calling, it needs to be a rush. Don't have Caleb drop back. Give it to Swift. Give it to Roschon. Make me happy. So what I was saying, Caleb needs to run. David says we have to evolve to point per first down. The reason why I think it's what became more popular between PPR and point per first down over the years is just PPR was easier to track, but now they are obviously gathering so much more information where point per first down would be a lot easier to do than it was. See, honestly, point per first down probably would make more sense. Steely says, I sat Etienne and Bigsby for Tracy. Yeah, we had Tracy ranked over both this week as well. Who was it? Cole Kmet again. Dear God. Did anybody start Kmet in the flock league? Kmet again. Insane. Bloods submitted team review. Much love. Excited to check it out, my friend. Just let me wait until halftime here. We just wanted to see what was going to happen with this. Good throw, great route, great catch, great play overall from the Chicago Bears. Yeah, Komet freaking going nuclear. Let me see. I think we said Komet was our second most drafted Bear in underdog drafts behind Roshan. All I know is I'm happy I don't play him in the Flock League. Yeah, Komet, my second most drafted Bear. Hopefully, Komet getting us there in a couple of these leagues. 20 says Cole Komet is currently the tight end 2 overall. That is insane. Hallelujah. I have a lot of Komet on Underdog. To be honest with you, I kind of got lucky with Komet in the Underdog drafts and that I wasn't drafting him much at the very beginning of the year. But if y'all remember in the preseason, everybody was panicking about the, I want to say Gerald Everett usage that you had. Let's move this over. Caleb has 16 points right now. Love Caleb spelled wrong. Rome was wide open. You know what it was is we called in a special favor. I called in a special favor. The team of destiny needed no points going to Rome. That's exactly what we get. But let's move over and let's answer some of the questions that we have over on the site during halftime here. Obviously, we're going to keep answering questions as we go through everything as well. But if you wanted to get any fantasy football questions, a guaranteed answer, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com. You can hit the button in the top right corner of the site that says expert advice, or you can just go hit the link in the live chat that says ask a question here, get you a guaranteed answer. And also with that, you can get a trade question, start sit question, send a super message, or get a team review, whatever you are wanting to do. And if you wanted that team review, I definitely recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting a free Joe Burrow pick, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll get that free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. Just make sure that you find that link in the live chat or the description. And you could also go through and you can look at some updated Underdog picks right now as well, where you could go if you wanted to say, oh, I really think that Travis Etienne is going to be horrible rest of the game. You can go and say Etienne's not going to hit 28 total yards. Right now he's at -1 now. Obviously, it's a very low mark. I'm not telling you to do that, but you can check that out on Underdog with that link in the live chat. But let's move it over and let's start answering some more of the questions that we have on the site. This question coming out from Ghost says, my waiver warriors need some help. Also from your review, I put in a trade TJ for Goddard and Rashid. I would rather have Goddard over TJ, to be honest. I forgot which side we were on that, just to be clear. But looking at wide receiver, I think we go with Darnell Mooney going up against the Carolina Panthers. Currently, sportsbooks are telling us that we should expect the Atlanta Falcons to be one of the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. Now, obviously, with that being said, a lot of this could come on the ground, which is a concern. But I still think Mooney is a viable play. Going down to running back, we have Dobbins, Dowdle, no Hunt, no Achane this week. I'm going to be going with Dobbins. Both running backs have a tough matchup. I like with Dobbins that we have no Gus Edwards here. So really Vidal is going to be the only long-term, competition for a while that you have for Dobbins. And then going down to the flex, I probably prefer the guaranteed touches that you have with Rico Dowdle versus Jameson Williams is going to give you probably the higher ceiling. Where with Jameson, obviously, you get the big play upside, but also you only had 2 targets in week 4. You only had 2 targets in week 3, where it is pretty tough to go ahead and assume that you're going to be getting a baseline floor. Where Jameson, it's always in the range of outcomes where you get 3 points, you get 4 points, you get 2 points. Where I just don't see that happening with Dowdle, even in a tough matchup against the Lions. Now, Neesit coming out with a start-sit question. So start to half PPR, Amari, Najee, Bucky, Moss, Jameson, and Sermon. Here, Najee is way less appealing now that you are looking at Jaylen Warren being removed from the injury report. However, with that being said, I still probably prefer... Actually, I still don't think you can take Najee. It's a great matchup, but I think you go Buck Irving with the guaranteed touches. And I think you probably go ahead and take Zach Moss in a good matchup in a good offense as well. So I think we go Moss and Bucky. Okay. Now, Silas Green coming out says, Allen or Justin as my second quarterback. Definitely Josh Allen. And then Tracy or Cook at the flex. Neither. You go Bucky Irving. If you wanted to go James Cook over Bucky, I think you can, but Bucky gives you such a high floor ceiling combo based off the usage that you have as a receiver. He's in a good offense. He should have the red zone role in it as well. Like going through and looking at what you have, say, with the underdog pick'ems here. What's funny is they actually just moved ETN down higher, lower, 11.5 total rushing yards on the game. Seems like such a low mark. I want to take the higher, but I can't do it. I don't have the stones. But anyway, if you are looking at Bucky Irving is literally higher, lower, 83.5 total yards. I wonder if they have a James Cook pick out. They have James Cook 73.5. Yeah, I think you have to go Bucky. And then we go Josh Allen as our second QB. Now, Blood's coming out with a team review. Much appreciated, my friend. Gonna be excited to check this out. It's a 12-team map PBR. Do we trade for a Kincaid type now that Pitts and Montgomery trade for Gibbs processes on Monday? Week at tight end, thoughts on what to do with the team in general. Okay, good to know that we have this trade about to process where we sent Pitts and Montgomery for Jahmyr Gibbs. I think it makes a lot of sense. I really like it personally. This is a team where we are 4-1, so obviously we are thinking long-term here. We are getting a decent game out of Caleb. So far, maybe we are trending towards 5-1. Obviously, we'll need DJ Moore to be a little bit better. But anyway, it's a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth isn't going to be a super high priority for us. Looking at quarterback, I would like a top-end quarterback in a league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex because they will make up a high percentage of our starting lineup output from a week-to-week perspective. We have Brock Purdy here. I think you can play the matchups between these 2 options. I'm not going to sit here and act like you just absolutely need to go with a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade the quarterback position. But I think honestly it would be something I'd consider. Going over to running back. I mean, we are sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs after the Montgomery deal. We have Braylon Allen in the starting running back position right now, but that is going to be short-lived because we do have Brian Robinson, we have Achane, we have Brooks, all for the long term. So rolling out Jahmyr Gibbs and Devon Achane here. I think it will be very exciting, maybe a little bit less exciting knowing that this is a half PPR format in comparison to what you would have with a full PPR league. But still a spot we can get by with for sure. And then going over to tight ends, we have Pitts in the lineup. We have Hawkinson down there on the bench. We traded Pitts. We have Hawkinson for the long term. I would say no, you don't need to trade for another tight ends. I mean, coming out of the bye week, there's a chance that Hawkinson is good. I mean, there's a chance that Hawkinson is viable. So what I would probably do is I would probably look to either start Andrews in week 7, depending on how he performs. Or I think you go ahead and cut Andrews, pick up a waiver wire option if Hawkinson is not back. And if Hawkinson is not good to go. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have Wilson, DJ Moore. Long term, you're going to be getting Malik Neighbors in, so it's a phenomenal wide receiver room. So I think you can afford to upgrade at tight ends, where if you could send like Hawkinson and Brian Robinson and maybe get to a true elite option like Travis Kelce, get to a true elite option like Trey McBride, George Kittle, I think that could be an interesting move. But honestly, I think that you're also in a spot where you could afford to upgrade and get an elite level quarterback as well. As I mean, even making waiver wire moves with this team is probably going to be a difficult task to have given how strong our bench options are here. So I think if you could maybe like package together DJ Moore and Purdy or DJ Moore and Caleb and pivot over to the Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Lamar Jackson range, I think that'd be an absolute no-brainer if we can find a team that needs a wide receiver and we have plenty of wide receiver depth and we'll be getting Malik Neighbors back in. But I think it's a phenomenal team just with the vast depth we have at running back and wide receiver, especially knowing that we'll have Gibbs and Achane already through the bye. It probably does make a lot of sense for us to go pay up for the top end tight end and top end quarterback because we can afford it. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And if you have any more questions about this team, please drop them in the chat. I'd be really happy to try to help out in any other way that I can. But just please let me know in the chat. But let's move this over to numbers one stunner. Here at wide receiver, we have Amari. I wouldn't want to play Amari, but we don't have a solid pivot option. For the flex, we have Braylon Allen. I wouldn't want to play Braylon Allen, but we don't have a solid pivot option. Really, the only pivot would be if Zamir White wouldn't play, then at that point, you could go with Alexander. Honestly, we do pivot. I go Jerome Ford. Garbage offense, but it's not like the Jets offense will be a top one. And at least with Ford, he can be the RB1 in his backfield. We're not expecting that with Braylon Allen. Okay. But let me refresh and see if we have any more questions on the site to get through. Fantasy Football 9 coming out with a start set question. Here, quarterback, we're going to be going with Burrow. Running back, I'm assuming we already started Walker. We're going to go Bijan as our other name. Wide receiver, Higgins, obviously a must-start name with Godwin here. Tight end, we go with Dalton Kincaid. And then for the flex spot, I think you probably go ahead and take Rico Dowdle. It's a very tough matchup, but it's a good offense and a safe role where, I mean, last week we did see Dowdle set a career high with his rushing attempts, rushing yards, and total fantasy points. So yeah, I think we go with Dowdle here. Now, moving over to our next question from JD Skinner says, could probably make this move with Cup, Hill, Collins. Which do you like moving more? I would way rather have Cup and Tyreek Hill over Nico Collins rest of the season. You're going to get significantly more games of significance from Cup and Tyreek. Going from Nico Collins to Kenneth Walker is an upgrade. Going from Isaiah Pacheco to Brian Thomas is an upgrade. We're getting Brock Bowers thrown in for free. This is an absolute no-brainer. We want the Thomas, Bowers, and Walker side. The Thomas, Bowers, and Walker side. Now, Hilstero coming out with a free Underdog team review. Going to be excited to check this out. Thank you so much for taking advantage of that Underdog promo. Here, looking at the squad. This team name is Circadian Rhythm. We are currently 6th in the league analyzer. There are 2 top teams here that are looking like juggernauts right now. This team at the top has A.J. Brown, Drake London, Garrett Wilson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jonathan Taylor, and Jaden Daniels. But honestly, this may end up being a 2-quarterback format, and which in that case, maybe we should ignore the league analyzer because the league analyzer is treating it as if it's a 1-quarterback league. Yeah, I'm assuming, actually, is this a super flex league? I have no idea what to expect. There are some teams rostering a ridiculous amount of quarterbacks. We see a team rostering only 1 QB. This has to be a super flex league. There's no way it's not. This is a super flex league. Who was that? Oh, fumble from Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram fumbled. Dear God. Bears get it. And obviously, game's back on. I'd really appreciate if you stick with us. We can have a live watch party together. But yeah, he was not down. They punched that ball out before. God, the Bears are just solid. But anyway, looking at our quarterback room, we have Burrow, A-Rich, and Dalton. So Dalton was obviously, I mean, a pretty perfect plug-and-play name with the Anthony Richardson injury. But here long-term, obviously, we're not sitting here wanting to consistently start Andy Dalton. I would actually start A-Rich over him this week. Good news for A-Rich with Pittman being good to go as well. I think you potentially have 2 quarterback ones here in fantasy. Obviously, Richardson, from a real-life perspective, not looking great. Passing volume's not there. But from a fantasy football perspective, with the rushing upsides there, we can be excited. Cheap Swift reception, no yards, but we get the point per reception, so we like to see it. So quarterback room I love in a Superflex league. Going over to running back, we are rostering just a ridiculous amount of players here. This may be a Dynasty league. For the love of God, Hysterio, if you're in the live chat right now, please let me know. Is this Dynasty? Because right now we are rostering Bijan, Achane, Brian Robinson, Pollard. Set up perfectly for this season at least. I think Bijan, Achane will be RB1s rest of season for us. Brian Robinson, Tony Pollard, extremely strong depth plays here as well. Going over to wide receiver, we have the elite wide receiver 1 in CeeDee Lamb. Obviously, the Olave injury hurts. What I think you could consider doing with this team is this team's 2-3. We really need wins right now. If this Brian Robinson injury lingers, That was a great Caleb throw to Keenan. But if this Brian Robinson injury lingers, I think you could potentially say, okay, well, obviously Olave has long-term value when Derek Carr comes back in, but it still potentially makes sense for us to go through and let go of Chris Olave and Brian Robinson in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade there at wide receiver. I think that would be very interesting. Going over to tight end, we have Tucker Kraft, who we're able to start every single week. I would say you can cut Andrews, but honestly, the waiver wire is just absolutely garbage here. The waiver wire options are Conklin, Zeke, Akers. So I really do like the team. My only thing is on a 2 and 3 roster, I think where you have more long-term value with Brian Robinson and more long-term value with Chris Olave, it's maybe a spot where you could look to make a 2-for-1 deal where you're able to just get a bona fide stud over Chris Olave for this lineup. I think that would be interesting to just look at. But thank you again for being a member of the flock, support of the channel. I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to let me know. I would be happy to try to help you out in any way that I can. But let's move this over to 20 Hardaway. And says, if it's Dynasty, I'm cutting Andrews first and not. That's aggressive. But anyway, says, who are you picking for the running back slots? The options are mid, but I see the potential with all three. I think the options are pretty strong. For me, I at least have Eckler and Dowdle ranked like almost back-to-back in my rankings. I have Eckler and Gibson ranked legitimately back-to-back. I probably do go ahead and take Dowdle and Eckler, just knowing that they will be in much better offenses than what you have with Antonio Gibson. Obviously, Dowdle having the tough matchup, Eckler having to split with, say, I don't know, having to split with McNichols. It is close. I think you could look to go Gibson over Dell if you really wanted to, but yeah, obviously we just kind of need Kyron Williams back in. Let's go ahead and refresh this to see if we have any more questions to get to. This one coming out from Camacho David. I'm assuming what you want from me is... Actually, no, never mind. This is a deeper format. The league where you can start 3 QBs. Oh, big DeAndre Swift play. Let's go. Let's go, Swift. I personally would go Herbert over May. Obviously, it's a tough matchup. Herbert has not had a single game with over 200 passing yards. If you thought that Drake May was going to run the ball here some, I definitely think that you could look to... start May, but I personally don't know if we should expect that you are going to get too many rushing yards from May. And Herbert does project to score more. I mean, the Chargers project to score more points than the Pats. And then going over to the flex, Tolbert definitely in play for us. We have no Rice. We have no Kyron. We have no Tyreek. We have no Hunt. So honestly, yeah, I think you do have to go ahead. I think you have to play Jalen Tolbert. For whatever reason, my window just froze. Perfect. We got Tolbert in. But yeah, I mean, Tolbert, it's a great matchup where you're going up against a team where you're probably going to have to throw the ball a ton. And at the same time, you have no Cooks. Now, Brody coming out with the start says, Ayuk locked in, JT, Nico, hurt, trade pending. That would give me Mixon as RB2. Until then, unsure who is. Okay, so we're going to go Hurts over Stroud for sure. Running back, we go Gibbs. If we get Mixon, we definitely go Mixon. But if not, we go with a Bucky. Wide receiver, Chase and Reed. This is a phenomenal team. And then for the flex spot, if you are able to get Joe Mixon, just throw Mixon in here. And if not, our other option that you're probably having to look at, it's not exciting, but we go Najee Harris. It's a good matchup. But if Jalen Warren plays, we lower expectations dramatically. And then obviously we're going to be going with McBride there at tight ends. But let me see. What are the points up to with Swift this week? We got Swift up to 9 points. All right, Swift giving you the cheap 3 receptions. Get the 22 receiving yards added on. So Swift coming through strong. We're playing Rome. Rome has been a bum, so you'll love to see it. Caleb, who was that? Who was that? Keenan Allen, great Keenan Allen TD. Oh, that scared me. 3 touchdowns for Keenan. Oh, I love the celebration. Celebration there drinking tea. That's fun. That's awesome. Back-to-back games with Caleb where the man has been putting in work. That was such a good throw. Adam says, is Bigsby the starter now, Mason? What are the touches up to in this game? Like, what's funny is you can literally look at the updated projections that you have on Underdog rest of game. They do it real time. Did they take down? Okay, I guess maybe it's too close to the end of the game. Actually, here we go. Right now, you have higher, lower, 6.5 rushing yards for the rest of the game for Etienne. Etienne is sitting with -1 rushing yards right now. Literally -1 rushing yards for Etienne. We're about to be in the 4th quarter. -1 total yards for Travis Etienne. Tank Bigsby has to look like the starting option. How does the Lawrence lower than 240 passing yards not play out? We're getting to the point where if you get a 3 and out here, do they just shut Lawrence down? What's funny is Doug Peterson's going to get fired after the London game the same way that Robert Saleh did. Troy says Sutton or Ladd. I'm definitely going to be going with Sutton. I'm sorry, Ladd over Sutton. Even if Sutton's had the higher market share numbers, I just expect this to be a better offense in Los Angeles than what you have in Denver. Should be a low-scoring game environment where I'm not super excited about either one. PT says, are we starting Cook? I would start James Cook if you have him. I'd start Cook. Leon says, machines or Goff rest of season. Caesar hits him with the machines. Love to see it. Tyreek or Debo Samuel. Give me Tyreek. I think short term you can make an argument for Debo when you have no Tua, but with the expectation that Tua does come back in, which is my expectation, I would rather have Tyreek. Craig says, any future moves on NFL Fantasy League Sync? 100% we will. I'm sorry if y'all know a couple different things. One, if you're not already linked up, if you have the ability to be, I'm sorry we don't link with NFL Fantasy. If you play on NFL Fantasy, ignore me. This isn't available to you. But this is completely free over there on flockfantasy.com. If you play on Sleeper, if you play on ESPN, if you play on Yahoo, if you go over to flockfantasy.com, you can actually link your fantasy football league by just going and hitting add, Sleeper, ESPN, Yahoo, whatever you are wanting here. And you can actually see the updated power rankings for all the teams in your league. Not only that, but you can also go ahead and you can actually sort by the rankings of the creator that you value. So like here, I can sort by my rankings and see the best teams in this league. And this is the Flock League, of course. I'm about to be 4-2. We should be 5-1, which is that drive me fumble at the end. But anyway, also, you can go ahead and we can see that Komet is currently out there on the waiver wire in the Flock League. So Komet will be picked up quickly. Quickly. But yeah, definitely link your team for free if you haven't done so already. Really cool to see how your league stacks up, who has the best quarterback room, who has the best running back room, et cetera, et cetera. And at the same time, it can help you with waivers a ton. Okay, so let's see. Jaden says, do we start Cook or Tyron Tracy? I would prefer James Cook, assuming Cook is good, which I think is the expectation. J8 says Eckler or Tolbert for the flex. I would go with Eckler. Typically, I prefer the running back stepping into opportunity as opposed to the wide receiver stepping into opportunity. Third and 4. Quick throw to Christian Kirk. Kirk actually gets there, picks up the first down. May be a game saver. The Hoff says, do you ever do guillotine leagues? So I played in guillotine leagues in the past with like a regular fantasy football leagues. I don't play in any more like regular redraft guillotine leagues. I do play in a bunch of Underdog Eliminator tournaments, which the Underdog Eliminator tournaments, pretty much the same thing as a guillotine league. Yeah. ETN's fall off does need to be studied. ETN questionable with a quote unquote hamstring injury. RIP Travis Etienne. It's over. Etienne is Dunskies. Deep bomb. Brian Thomas Jr. looked like he was open for a second. Maybe Lawrence took a little too long with the throw. Bulldog says he's already calling his agent about getting traded from the Jags. This could be the best thing for ETN. Go get shipped over to Kansas City. If this CMC injury is going to last all year, go get shipped over to San Fran, especially now that Jordan Mason's banged up a bit. Because, I mean, if ETN were to get dealt, he's getting traded for a day 3 pick, so whatever team's trading for him is paying absolutely nothing. Let's see, 1st and 10. Evan Ingram yet again. Simi Valley Cruz says ETN with a hamstring injury. Yeah, I don't know how true that is, but yeah, Evan Ingram at this point, obviously a player that's not giving you a ton of touchdown upside, but if you're going to get this kind of consistent target volume here, it may not matter at all if the touchdown upside's there or not. Just given the fact you're getting so much volume. Adam says, hey, Mason, are you live reacting to the Jags and Pats London game next weekend? Are you trolling me? There's not another Jags London game next weekend. There's no way. 0% chance. The Jags play in London again next week? The Jags have back-to-back games in London? How? Obviously, people have made the jokes for years to move the Jags to London, but you're literally doing that. Where, I mean, what? The Jags probably went up to London this Tuesday. So they're going to be in London for 2 to 3 weeks. They're just living in London now. That is. They are officially the London Jaguars. I thought you were joking. Yeah, next week we have a London game. The Patriots and the Jags. Week 8, no London game. Week 9, no London game. Week 10, you get the Giants, Panthers. Tyler says, I'm from England. What did we do wrong to get the Jags twice? That is a... Yeah, we send y'all literally all the worst games imaginable. The Europe games get to include the Panthers, the Giants, the Jags, the Patriots, the Bears, the Jets. And if the NFL knew the Vikings were going to be this good, y'all probably wouldn't have gotten the Vikings. Vex says, is ETN cooked in Dynasty or is it just this year? In terms of running backs in Dynasty, as soon as they are cooked, they're cooked. Like if you could sell Travis Etienne for an early to mid second round Dynasty pick, you do it in a heartbeat. Gabe Davis touchdown, does not drop this one. Gabe Davis TD helps absolutely nobody in redraft, and best ball it may help you. Okay. DL says, where is Brian Thomas Jr.? Hey, I don't mean to say, look at me, look at me, look at me, but that's what we're going to do. I don't know how much hate we got having Brian Thomas Jr. as a mid to low end wide receiver 2 and a tough matchup against in London. With Evan Ingram coming in, presumably taking some volume away from the receivers. And my call on Evan Ingram taking away volume from the receivers, such as Christian Kirk and Brian Thomas. Evan Ingram's right now sitting with 7 receptions, 86 receiving yards. Christian Kirk, Brian Thomas are combining for 4 receptions for 49 receiving yards. Bulldog says Brian Thomas Jr. is only 1 of 11, and the other 10 are Jaguars. I don't know exactly what that means. But Steve says, do you like Bucky over Connor? Does Bucky catch passes? I like Bucky. Bucky will catch passes. Take him over James Conner. Maybe a little bit tough. But let me go ahead and pull up Bucky Irving's final stat line at Oregon. You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to pull up something else. We're not going to pull up just the regular stat line. I think we need to go to RotoWire. They'll have targets there. Bucky Irving in 14 games played had 65 targets at Oregon in 2023. In 13 games played, he had 40 targets. So in 27 games played, Bucky Irving had 105 targets in college. You just simply don't see that kind of receiving usage for college running backs. Like Bucky Irving had 56 receptions in comparison to 186 rush attempts. Obviously, this was an Oregon offense that went freaking nuclear throwing the ball. Where we can go back to 2023, where actually the passing attempts weren't sky high for Bo Nix. Bo Nix threw it 470 times. I mean, the entire team, you had 514 pass attempts. But I guess it was just Bo Nix was so damn efficient. 11.22 adjusted yards per pass attempt. But still, I mean, Bucky was phenomenal there as a receiver. So I think Bucky will catch the ball for sure. Now, in terms of putting Bucky over James Conner, now that's pretty tough. But Flacco starts. Are y'all kidding? Is Joe Flacco really starting? Here's what you do right this second. Never mind. I was going to say you run over to Underdog Fantasy. You go with the higher on Josh Downs. You go with the high. They had Josh Downs at higher, lower, 36.5 receiving yards with Anthony Richardson as the starter. How much higher do you think that Josh Downs is going to be going with Joe Flacco in? Downs probably goes from literally higher, lower, 36.5 receiving yards up to 50 plus. Seahawks fan says A-Rich is the QB3. There's no freaking way. Does this just mean he's not healthy? Yeah, Joe Flacco to start. Did Anthony Richardson lose the job, or is he just not fully back? Are they just trying to be... Sermon goes higher in the ranks. Dear God, are they going to put this out right now? I want to see what Josh Downs gets moved up to. Yeah, they took literally everything down but the freaking punter. We need to go through and we need to update my rankings on the site in that case. Week 6. Running back Sermon goes higher because you should have more checkdowns with Flacco. I think Sermon versus Dowdle becomes a real conversation. But I think I'd rather have Sermon over Ford, Chase Brown, Gibson, Eckler. I think I'd prefer Sermon over all those guys. And then going over to wide receiver, honestly, I'm kind of sad. I wanted to see Rich. I would rather have Downs over Tolbert, Ridley. Move Pittman up here as well. Yeah, but if you were starting Tolbert, Wicks over Downs or Pittman, I think at that point you probably need to swap. I think I'd probably rather have Vlad over Wicks too. But Downs moves up to being flex consideration for sure. Pittman does as well. I would probably rather have Downs than Pittman over Jameson. Obviously, if we knew what Christian Kirk was going to have done in this game, we'll do it for funsies. We'll put Downs and Pittman up to 27-28. Can you all spam the chat? Would you rather have Josh Downs or Darnell Mooney this week? Josh Downs versus Darnell Mooney. Adam says, Anthony Richardson oblique practiced all week and will serve as the emergency number 3 quarterback. He could play if needed. They want to give him another week so Flacco gets the ball again. Caleb sacked, but there's a flag. Downs, Mooney, Downs, Mooney. Mooney. Mooney, Downs, Mooney, Downs, Mooney, Downs, Mooney. So it does look like most people have Mooney. So this is probably about it's probably about as high as we can move Josh Downs and Michael Pittman Jr. up. To be those high-end wide receiver 3 flex consideration plays, definitely not like must-start wide receiver 2s for you. But they all of a sudden do become interesting options. And then obviously we have to move Anthony Richardson way the hell down. And do we have Flacco in the ranks? Let's go ahead. Let's add Flacco in here. We need to obviously move Minshew off the list. We need to move Rattler in these rankings too. Actually, did we already? We need a picture for Spencer Rattler. But anyway, we need to figure out where we move Flacco. Flacco, I'd rather have over Rodgers. I'd rather have over Herbert. I'd rather have over Daniel Jones, even if Jones is a good matchup. You have no neighbors. I'd probably move Flacco up to QB 17 in our ranks this week if you were playing in Superflex. Obviously, if you were looking to start a quarterback here, you'd have rather started a healthy Anthony Richardson than Joe Flacco, given Richardson would run the ball. But if you would want to start any of the running backs or receivers here, you'd rather have Flacco because he's not going to monopolize any of the points in this offense. Swift, big rush. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Swift up to 14.1 points in a full PPR format without a touchdown. Swift slowly but surely turning into a must-start name for you every single week. Love to see it. Caleb maybe gets sacked, maybe gets back to the line. Tackled for a loss, pretty much. 1 yard loss, if that. Minucci says Watson will play today's week start. That's what we need to do. Why the hell am I not looking at all the updates? Thank you all for letting me know. We need to go ahead. We need to pull up all the officially actives, inactives. Yeah, Anthony Richardson officially inactive for week 6. Emergency QB3. Josh Downs good to go. Michael Pittman good to go. Rashad White officially inactive. Christian Watson officially active. So with Watson being good here, we need to go through, move him up the rankings. We need to move Dontavian Wicks down. We already knew that you were going to have Romeo Doubs good to go. It looked like Watson was trending towards being a viable play. But yeah, at this point, Wicks probably falls behind Trey Tucker. May fall behind, honestly, Hopkins as well. I think Wicks looks like a wide receiver 4 at this point. And then going over to what we have with our next update, we need Christian Watson. And if Watson's playing as early as this week, Watson needs to move up our rest of season ranks as well. Obviously, these are our weekly rankings. I'd probably prefer not over Michael Wilson. We'd probably put Christian Watson here about 47. Move Romeo Dobbs behind Quentin Johnston, Jerry Jeudy. And then we have no Malik Neighbors officially. So let's move Neighbors down. But did DJ Moore just get hurt? What happened? And going over to our rest of season ranks, I need to make sure we're moving Christian Watson up and these secondary receivers here down a bit as well. I'd probably rather have Hopkins over Wicks now. I'd rather have Shakir over Wicks. I'd rather have Ridley. I'd rather have Ridley over Hopkins. What am I doing? I'd rather have Keenan over Wicks rest of season. I'd rather have Wandale over Wicks. I'd rather have Tolbert over Wicks rest of season. Probably leave it as this. Yeah, probably leave it here. Then honestly, I think Reed, we have in a respectable range. I had Jaden Reed, wide receiver 17. If you previously, I know a lot of people in the live chat were telling me we need to put Reed as a top 10 name. If you had Jaden Reed as a top 10 name, I'd definitely move him down, but wide receiver 17 is, I think, right where he belongs. Just a bunch of players in this offense. And maybe we need to look to move Jaden Reed down a little bit in our week 6 ranks. So going over and looking at this wide receiver, we currently have Jaden Reed at wide receiver 9. If Christian Watson's going to go as well, I think we would rather have Garrett Wilson over Jaden Reed. I don't think you have to move him down much. It's just because it's a great matchup going up against Arizona. And Jaden Reed does look like he is the wide receiver 1 here. DeAndre Swift is just cooking. They cannot bring this man down. Joe Mixon is active as well. Joe Mixon will be playing here. So make sure if you have Mixon, he is in your lineup. Griffin says, does the Underdog account need to be new to get a team review? Yeah, if you wanted a free team review with the Underdog promo, or if you wanted that like free Joe Burrow pick, or obviously if you wanted both, it would have to be a new Underdog Fantasy account. Everybody should have the free 31% profit boost token with their account, whether you're on Underdog for a while or you're new. But if you wanted to get that free Joe Burrow pick, more than less than half a total yard, it'd have to be a new Underdog Fantasy account. And same thing if you wanted to get the free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day, it'd have to be a new Underdog Fantasy account, and you'd have to use promo code FLOCK as well, which you can find that link in the live chat. But of course, if y'all are not already on Underdog, make sure you go hop on there. Check out some of those picks. I think we saw in the chat previously that one of our favorite picks right now is David Montgomery to go higher than 70.5 total yards, where he's hit this every single week. And also, you can get that free Joe Burrow more than less than half a total yard to pair it with if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy. And you can find that link in the live chat. And if you wanted to claim your free team review voucher, what you would do in that case is you would go over to flockfantasy.com. This is where you can ask all your questions. You go hit the button in the top right corner. That's a little comment looking button. It says expert advice. There you can ask a super message, a start to question, a trade question, and a team review. But if you wanted that free team review, which is what I would recommend doing, I would take advantage of the Underdog promo that we have with the link in the live chat. But Spoon says I started ETN, kill me. RIP, my guy, RIP. But let's move this over. Let me see if we have any more questions that came through on flockfantasy.com. We are actually going to have to give me 1 second. So looking at this, we already answered this for Brody. We'll go through it again. We're going to go Hurts, Gibbs, Bucky, Reed, Chase, McBride, and then for the flex, we will go with Harrison. We will go Harrison. But let's move this back over. Juju says George Pickens or Tracy this week for a flex option. I would for sure go with Tyrone Tracy in a good matchup. And not only is it a good matchup, but at the same time, you should have just a guaranteed 15 plus touches with no Devin Singletary here. Is that touchdown to Keenan? Is that a fourth Caleb Williams touchdown? Second to Keenan Allen. Caleb has arrived. Caleb has arrived. Dear God. Whip says, Caleb's on my bench. RIP. Well, it could be worse. You could have drafted Brock Purdy and Caleb Williams as your two quarterbacks this year. Then you could have traded for Anthony Richardson, which what you thought was on the cheap, just to then find out that he's going to get injured the day after you trade for him. So you drop Caleb Williams, and Caleb Williams is sitting out there on the waiver wire now in your league. Now, I don't know what situation that describes of anybody here, but probably wouldn't be a fun situation to be in. That's for sure. Okay. Now, Scott coming out with a super chat says, in a dynasty rebuild, start 11, would you buy Waddle for a late first and a mid second? Not in a rebuild. Hell no. I mean, if you were contending and you were going, okay, I think that there's some long-term value with Waddle as well as us having some help in the short term, particularly in the fantasy football playoffs, I can see the argument for it. But specifically in a rebuilding roster, you're just highly incentivized to hold on to the assets that we know are going to continue to increase in value as the year goes on, which will be a first-round rookie pick. Like we can say with, I don't say certainty, but we can say pretty confidently that first-round pick will be worth more in the offseason than it is right now. Now, going over to one of those free Underdog team reviews from Mahomes is Where My Heart Is. Pretty good name. Pretty good name. This is the fourth team in the league analyzer. It is a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. The depth here is not really going to matter nearly as much. Any opportunity you get to make a 2-for-1 deal to get an improvement inside the starting lineup should be something that we look to do. But looking at our quarterback room, we are currently sitting with Mahomes and Cousins. Obviously, very comfortable quarterback room to have. We can play the matchups between these two guys weekly. Because it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, I would love to get an elite level quarterback if possible. Obviously, that is much easier said than done. But I would be interested to see what a trade like that looks like. Okay. Now, moving over to what we have at running back. Running back, you are sitting with James Cook, James Conner. James Cook, probably a high-end RB2, specifically in a 10-team league. James Conner, probably a mid-running back 2 in a 10-team league. Chubb, Chuba, Javonte, Charbonnet. So plenty of running back depth. Wide receiver, we have Kupp in the long term. We have Smith, Reed, Worthy, Pittman. They're phenomenal waiver wire options that are sitting out there, such as, did the Jags really just fumble? The Jags just fumbled a kick return. There's no way. Okay, the Jags have it. The Jags have it. But yeah, The Jags almost lost the ball again. That was Tank Bigsby. Yeah, well, I guess it's Dearness Johnson time. But anyway, looking at this team, you have great waiver wire options. So what the move is very, very, very simple. When we get the ability to take some of these depth pieces that we don't particularly need and send them in 2-for-1 deals to get upgrades elsewhere, it's an absolute no-brainer. If you can send Chuba Hubbard and Patrick Mahomes to get to a true elite quarterback like Lamar Jackson, like Jalen Hurts, like Jaden Daniels, makes a ton of sense because then you can go to the waiver wire and just pick up Rome Odunze for free. You can cut Kirk Cousins and pick up Ladd McConkey for free. If you're able to go ahead and trade, say, Trey McBride and Devonta Smith and pivot over and get a true elite wide receiver one, that is something that we are wanting to do. If you can trade, say, George Kittle and Devonta Smith and get a true alpha wide receiver one, like if you can go Kittle and Smith and pivot over to Justin Jefferson, let's do it. You'll have 2 elite tight ends. We only need one of them. Then at that point, if we open up a roster spot, we're able to go through and pick up that high upside guy for free with Rome Odunze. Going over to running back, the running back waiver wire options maybe aren't as strong as the wide receiver waiver wire options, but still, you should have some names out there like Roschon Johnson. Lawrence interception. Oh my gosh. The Jags are done. The Jags are done. You know what's so funny? And this is something that I didn't think about for years. Like I used to say like, oh, saying a team's going to be bad forever, that's the dumbest thing ever because what? You're just saying they're bad because they're jerseys? No, the players are the only thing that matters. The talent they draft is the only thing that matters. But in reality, like if you look at, say, like the teams that are extremely disappointing right now, what are those teams? The New York Jets, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Cleveland Browns, the teams that, yes, are disappointing, but they are disappointing every year. Nothing is remotely changed with these organizations. It's from like a top-down perspective. The dysfunctional organizations have the hardest time in the world turning it around. Betting against the Jets, betting against the Browns, betting against the Jags have been the most profitable thing of all time. If you've done it over the past 20 years with their respective owners. Now, obviously, the one scenario in which this doesn't apply, and we got burned on it from last year, was the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions somehow figured out how to get out of their own way and really turn things around. But these organizations that are horrible, they find a way to stay horrible. And it looked like it was going to be 5 touchdowns for Caleb, but no, DJ Moore was short at the half-yard line. I wonder if they run it or they just go, hell, the game, we already won the game. Might as well just try to rack up these touchdowns for Caleb, get him Rookie of the Year, which obviously he was very far behind up until this point, where now I guess he's closing in on Daniels. But anyway, looking back at this team for Mahomes is where my heart is. It's a 4-1 roster where you can afford to think long-term. Let's send Jalen Waddle and a tight end. Let's go get Tyreek Hill. Let's go send Chuba Hubbard and Xavier Worthy. Let's go get Christian McCaffrey. Let's make 2-for-1 deals, get upgrades in the starting lineup for the long-term fantasy football playoff stretch, which is what we are looking for on a roster built like this. But it's a phenomenal team. Obviously 4-1 for a reason. Now, Stacy says, do we bench Moss this week? Other options would be Down, Sermon, Eckler. Thanks. Thank you. Looking at this, I would play Moss over every other one of these backs. Moss, you have the role, and you have a phenomenal offense as well. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Zach Moss. Okay. So let's back out of here. Now, our next start sit is from Danny. Says, do we start Pittman or Sermon at the flex? And who do we go with at quarterback? It's a full PPR. And yeah, we're going to go Love at QB in a great matchup against the Cardinals with all his weapons. And then for the flex, I'm going to go Sermon over Pittman. I think both get a bump with Flacco. But I think with Sermon, you don't have like the weird DeAndre Swift touchdown. Corey's done. Your boy's winning. You don't have like the weird, mysterious back injury that Pittman is dealing with. So, I don't know. I think we just lock in Sermon. Average Joe says, need a running back 2 and then 2 wide receivers in a flex half PPR. What are your thoughts? Quarterback, I guess you're not asking for anything. A running back, I think we go Tracy over Dowdle, just a much better matchup against the Bengals. Wide receivers, obviously, we are playing Lamb, A.J. Brown. And then for the flex, I would love to get London and Godwin both in, but we probably can only go London. Great matchup against Carolina. And then for the flex spot, we're going to go with McBride. I think you do have Dallas Goedert taking a step backwards, knowing that with Dallas Goedert, you have A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith coming back into this offense. Now moving this over for Titus, a start 2 flex. Keon McNichols, Quentin Johnson, Michael Wilson, full PBR 12-team league. Thanks. Thank you. We're going to go Keon Coleman and hope that we get lucky with the touchdown as we have been. And then between Johnston, Michael Wilson, Jeremy McNichols, I probably go with Michael Wilson. Should be a game where the Arizona Cardinals have to throw the ball consistently. And I don't know if I'm going to trust Jeremy McNichols where we haven't seen really any type of volume. But I don't know. He's just been having such a crazy high touchdown rate. And I think Eckler's going to be the guy with the receiving usage. So I probably would look to bench if we can. But we're going to get to a bunch of the free questions in the live chat just real quick. Let me run and go pee because we have been live streaming for like the past 4 hours or so. Okay, we are back. I am sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But bad day to be a Jags fan. Bad day to be a Jags fan. Adam says, Mason, you told me to start Pollard over Swift. To be honest, I think Pollard crushes today. I don't know if he goes over 20 points like we just had from DeAndre Swift, but I think process-wise, it was the right call, to be honest, with the Roshan goal line usage that we had previously seen. But Swift, let's talk about this. Let's start updating some rest of season ranks here. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I don't want to just go completely nuts with these rest of season rankings. But let's look at where Swift has to move. And I have Swift in the Flock League, so your boy's freaking pumped. But rest of season, let's go ahead and let's look at our running back rankings. So Travis Etienne is going to be a big-time faller. We had Etienne and Swift back-to-back. Oh, dear God, that looks tough now. Etienne, I would rather have Kareem Hunt. I would rather have Hubbard. I'd rather have Dowd. I'd rather have Bucky. I'd rather Chase. I think Etienne falls down to like the Ramondre Stevenson, Rashad White, Javonte Williams range. Another Lawrence sack. How many points does this Bears DST have this week? Who has the Bears defense? I would guess the Bears defense isn't going nuts. They have 12 points, but still. $13 points now with the sack. Yeah, Jags surrender mercy rule. Just call it. Call it. But what do y'all think about this ETN ranking in RB32? Are you going Travis Etienne? Rest of season, would you rather have Rashad White or Travis Etienne? Rashad White or Travis Etienne? Who are you going with? Big Chop says he'd move him down to 35. We got White. Etienne, White, Etienne. White, Etienne. Yeah, I agree neither. You probably don't want either, but if you have to pick one, honestly, I think this is probably about a good instant reaction for the Travis Etienne update. I think obviously we can play around with it again. Looking at Tank Bigsby, Isaiah Pacheco's 1 week closer to returning, so we probably move Pacheco up after this week. I'm not going to mess with the Bigsby ranking right now. Swift, I think, jumps Pollard, jumps Robinson, jumps Mason, jumps... Like, I have DeAndre Swift, James Conner in the Flock League. Full PPR format. We're making these rankings for a full PPR league. I'm assuming we prefer DeAndre Swift, who's catching the ball, right? I think I moved DeAndre Swift to about RB17. Like, my hesitation with this is I have Swift, and if somebody were to offer me McCaffrey for Swift, I'd send Swift for McCaffrey. Somebody were to offer me Jacobs for Swift, I'd really think about it. So I'm going to instant reaction move DeAndre Swift to 17. The fun thing to update here is going to be the Caleb game, where you see Caleb run the ball, and at the same time, we get the big time day as a passer. I think Caleb, you see jump over Geno, Darnold, Goff. These guys aren't going to run. I think Cousins, Goff, Darnold, Purdy all have more passing yards than Caleb, passing touchdowns than Caleb. But when Caleb gives you the rushing upside, I probably prefer Caleb. Like, I'm going to have to consider dropping Anthony Richardson for Caleb Williams in the Flock League. That will be something I have to consider. I'm not even going to ask y'all Caleb Williams versus Anthony Richardson, because I know every single person in this chat would say Caleb Williams over Anthony Richardson at this point. I'm going to put Caleb here at QB 12 rest of season. Looks like this is an offense that's finally clicking. We go over to wide receiver. Wide receiver, we had DJ Moore at 20. Probably doesn't change. Really, the only guy that I think moves up our rankings in a big-time way is actually going to be Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen, we had down here like DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley. Obviously, I think Keenan Allen flies over these players. I'd rather have Keenan over Kirk, Pittman, Addison, Shaheed. I think Keenan at minimum jumps up to about wide receiver 40. I still think he's the third option here in the long term. But with that being said, if the passing volume is going to be a little bit better in Chicago than what we initially thought, Lawrence deep ball in and out of the hands of Gabe Davis. So yeah, we'll have Keenan here at 40. I think maybe I'm not going to move Rome down at all. I still think Rome is the long-term wide receiver 2 you want in Chicago. Going over to tight ends, clearly Kmet and Evan Ingram both move up here. Kmet and Evan Ingram, we had at 13 and 14. I would prefer Ingram over Pitts. Maybe Ingram over Kraft. I'd prefer Kmet over Pitts for sure. I think Ingram, Kmet, you have to rank as top 10 options rest of season. I think you can really consider moving Ingram and Kmet as high as tight end 7 and tight end 8. I don't know if just yet I will have them ahead of I'll probably have Evan Ingram ahead of Kraft because we've seen the large sample with Ingram. And actually, we'll probably put Kmet ahead of Kraft as well. I just don't know if we'll move him ahead of Kincaid just yet. If Kincaid disappoints on Monday night, then I definitely think that Dalton Kincaid can fall behind both these options as well. Kohler says, I don't know if you can have Kincaid top 10 with the way Josh is playing. Obviously, Josh has been very bad over the past few weeks. And if Josh were to continue to do this rest of season, Kincaid's way less exciting. Kincaid does move down probably to 11 or 12. But my expectation is I think the Bills' offense will be better in the future than they have been. So I think for now we have Ingram and Kmet at tight end 8 and tight end 9. So let's submit these. Obviously, these are our rest of season ranks, not our weekly. Okay. BNC says, what makes Etienne higher than Javonte rest of season? Javante's in an offense that I still probably have less hope for, even if we have the little hope for the Jags right now. We've never seen Javonte be a top-end running back in fantasy where we have seen that from Etienne. Etienne's had more of a consistent receiving role. And at the same time, you have Estime good to go in Denver now, which could turn this into kind of a three-man running back by committee. Like, I have Javonte Williams in the Flock League. If Avery sent me Travis Etienne for him right now, I would strongly consider pivoting to Etienne. Obviously, Etienne looks like a certified bomb. Like, Etienne's not startable anytime soon. But neither is Javonte Williams. Christian Kirk gets the first down. The Jags may actually score a touchdown here. And yeah, see people upset that Brian Thomas Jr. does not get the touchdown. It almost close, but no cigar. Okay. Thomas right there. Actually, kind of looking at the matchups, I need Danny to lose in the Flock League this week, so it'd be nice if we did get a Brian Thomas touchdown. Okay. Joe says, does Brian Thomas Jr.'s stock go down after this game? Depending on where you had him in your rest of season ranks. If you look at my rest of season ranks, which I know a lot of people screamed at me that we had him too low, but typically I'm going to rank receivers in bad offenses lower than other people. So I had Brian Thomas Jr. at wide receiver 23 in my rest of season rankings. I had him already as a low end wide receiver 2/flex play. Now, a lot of people are screaming at me, oh, he needs to be top 10, blah, 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 blah. If you're those people that were screaming at me, probably should no longer scream at me for it. But I still have Brian Thomas Jr., probably wide receiver 23. We had Christian Kirk before this game, wide receiver 44. Still have Christian Kirk, wide receiver 44. I don't think anything changes with the Jags receivers, at least for me. Neo the Gate says, should I start Madison? Probably not. If we knew Zamir White wasn't going to play, then at that point, Madison could be a little more appealing. Just haven't heard that yet. Dear God, that Lawrence throw hit Kirk in the face mask. I mean, we already talked about Etienne, of course, falls down in the rankings. Of course, Travis Etienne falls down the rankings. We already updated Etienne. We've already moved him down. It's like, hey, guys, Etienne got benched and then bench/hurt. Does that hurt him in fantasy? Yeah, it hurts him in fantasy. Touchdown, Gabe Davis. Davis, the only one to be a viable option here. Obviously, if you have Gabe Davis and some underdog, with some underdog basketball teams, you should be excited. But in your regular fantasy football league, there's no way in hell you started Gabe Davis. If you did, I'd love to see those screenshots. Okay. Let's move this over. Bulldog LLC says Gabe Davis dropped so many as a Bill. Okay. Let's see. The general says, should I start Downs or Devonta Smith with a Flacco start? Josh Downs definitely way more exciting with Joe Flacco in Indy. But looking at the ranks this week, Josh Downs not in the same range as what you have, say, with Devonta Smith. We have Downs in the range of like the question that you should have with Josh Downs now that Joe Flacco starting is like, oh, do I start Josh Downs or Tank Dell? Josh Downs or Darnell Mooney? Josh Downs or Amari Cooper? Josh Downs or Zay Flowers? I think those are pretty reasonable questions and expectations with Downs. But Devonta Smith is just a couple tiers higher than this. Like Smith here, we have as a low in wide receiver 1, high in wide receiver 2. Like Smith is just such a consistent fantasy option, and we have seen it over a large sample. But real quick, it looks like less than 10% of y'all have hit that like button. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We've been up and streaming for over 4 hours now. We streamed until like 1, 2 a.m. last night, trying to answer as many questions as we possibly can. So if you haven't done so already, please go down there, hit that like button. It does help us out a ton. And we had 250,000 subscribers last night, which was really cool. But also, another thing is, of course, if you wanted to ask any questions over there on flockfantasy.com, you always can. Just go to the button in the top right corner that says Expert Advice. If you hit Expert Advice, you can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, or a super message. Or also, you could just hit the link in the live chat that says Ask a Question here. And also, if you wanted that team review, what I would actually recommend doing is taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you can get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus with promo code FLOCK as well, you'll be getting a free Joe Burrow pick, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll be getting that free team review through flockfantasy.com. You can find the link in the live chat and the description. We'll say free Joe Burrow pick. And if you wanted something to pair that Joe Burrow free more than less than half a total yard with, I like David Montgomery to have at least 71 yards in this plus matchup against the Dallas Cowboys. Okay. So please make sure you take advantage of that. And let's go ahead and let's check out what we have here with any more questions that have trickled in. Titus, we already answered this one. We're going to go Keon and Michael Wilson. Going over to our next question. This is a start sit one from BHS. Here, running back, we have Sermon, Dowdle, Tracy, Chase Brown to choose from. I think we go with Tracy for sure. I did move specifically Trey Sermon up our rankings a bit. Now that you have Joe Flacco as the starting quarterback here. Looking at my rankings for this week, I put Tracy at 20, Dowdle at 21, Sermon at 22. So it is really close. It is up to you. I'm interested to see what maybe the underdog picks have now for this Colts offense. Have they really not put out any more Colts picks? Obviously, it took them all down once it was announced Flacco was starting. No, they got him back up. So we saw, this is what's really funny to point out. So the higher lower on receiving yards for Josh Downs with Anthony Richardson, I think was 34. Now higher lowers 49.5. So he's definitely an interesting flex play for you. Going over to what we have with Sermon. Sermon's higher lower is 66.5 total yards. Dowdle is higher lower 62.5 total yards. Tracy's higher lower is 76.5. So I know we go Tracy. Between Dowdle and Sermon, I don't know. I have Dowdle ranked ahead of him, but I think you could pivot over to Sermon now that Flacco is the QB, so you don't have to worry about the checkdowns not being there or the vultured rushing touchdown. But we're going to take Mike Evans for sure. I understand that it is a tough matchup, but still, I think you just lower expectations down from Evans. He's not a wide receiver one, but maybe he's a borderline flex play. And yeah, I saw the Swift fumble. Thank God that the Bears got on it. Now, Big O3 says Eckler or Sermon, and then Josh Allen or Jaden Daniels. I'd rather have Daniels over Josh Allen rest of season, and especially with Allen going up against the Jets. Should be a lower scoring game. Are they going for it on fourth down, up 35-16? And then Eckler or Sermon. If you're looking at my rankings right now, I do have Sermon as the play ahead of Eckler. I do think that Eckler probably splits a little bit with Jeremy McNichols. However, with that being said, I would have gone Eckler if it wasn't for Joe Flacco being the guy in Indianapolis. I think Flacco being the man means that we probably should pivot over to Trace Sermon. Okay. Now our next question coming out from Pure. Says, starts a question. Quarterback, we have Lamar. Running back, we have Jacobs, Kenneth Walker, Bucky Irving. Wide receiver, we have London, Godwin, and Lamb. And then we are looking at the flex. We have no Pacheco. We have no Kupp. We have no Taylor. We're really choosing between Deontay Higgins and J.K. Dobbins. I think we go with Deontay Johnson. If you look at sportsbooks, they currently do have the Carolina Panthers as a big bounce back offense this week. And obviously Deontay should have just a ridiculous amount of targets. But yeah, this is a crazy team for sure. This team is nuts. But DK Jones coming out with a start set. Here, I guess maybe you're just asking, we need one running back between Chase Brown and J.K. Dobbins. I would go Dobbins over Chase Brown, knowing that with J.K. Dobbins, you have no Gus Edwards. You have pretty much every touch in this offense, whereas Chase Brown should be splitting, of course, with Zach Moss. Okay. But let's move this back over and let's see if we have any more questions in the live chats. Tyler says, I'm facing a guy who's 0-5. He has Keenan. He's killing me. Yo, what are the points for Keenan Allen so far this game? Let's go ahead and let's pull this up. Maybe Joe has Keenan. Yeah, Joe has Keenan and Caleb. 21 points from Keenan Allen. It's funny is you only have 5 targets for Keenan. But off those 5 targets, you get 21 fantasy points. Tori says, Scary Terry or Deontay Johnson in a full PPR format? For sure, Deontay Johnson. We've looked at this before, but I know a lot of people view Scary Terry and they go, oh, Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback he's ever played with, which is true. Jaden Daniels is phenomenal. But they think that just all of a sudden means that Scary Terry is a great fantasy option. Scary Terry is the wide receiver 33 from a points per game perspective. Not exactly a must-start name. Okay, we get an additional report coming out that the Jets' new head coach is going to be committed to a run-heavy offense, which is maybe a bump Brees, maybe a bump Braylon. Will says Trey Sermon or Darius Slayton. Trey Sermon, and it's not close for me either. Gibson or James Cook? I would go James Cook. Much better offense. Tracy Eckler, I'm going to go Tracy. You don't have to worry about McNichols. I'm a little bit worried about Eric Gray, though. Okay. Are they officially benching Caleb? Actually, no, never mind. It's 4th down. They're kicking a field goal. I just looked over and saw that Caleb was going to sit. Daryl says, should I use Alec Pierce today? No, I wouldn't. I mean, if you get the long touchdown, then obviously it's exciting, but Downs is taking too many targets, and I still think Pittman's probably ahead of Pierce. I think it's kind of easy to say. Let's move this over. Slammin' says Downs or Amari. I would probably rather have Amari. Downs, I think, will be in the offense that sees more passing volume. With Amari Cooper, you are going to get the 10-plus targets. You're not really having to be concerned about anybody else here taking any work here or taking any of his target share in Cleveland. Whereas with Josh Downs, I mean, Michael Pittman is still good to go. For it to start Mixon or Bucky. Very, very close there. I think I would love to start both players, but in general, I probably do go Joe Mixon. Whip says Drake May rank QB 30. I'll go ahead and I'll fix our ranking. To be honest with you, once we get past like QB 23, I don't really look at our rankings, and I'm just assuming that y'all are. I have Drake May ranked QB 25 this week in my ranks. Maybe you're addressing rest of season. Maybe I didn't update the rest of season Drake May ranking once we had the news of him starting. Like I said, I assume that nobody's looking at quarterbacks this far down, so I don't. Yeah, we'll move Drake May up these ranks. I apologize for having this low. We would rather have Stafford over these options now that you're going to get the receivers back. I'd rather have May over Herbert and Rodgers. I think Herbert's a way better real-life quarterback. I think the Chargers will be a much better offense. But I think that there's a chance that we see New England have to throw the ball where Herbert hasn't hit 200 passing yards in a single game this year just because they want to consistently rush it. We're going to be moving Tua ahead of Daniel Jones, with Tua being 1 week closer to return. I'd rather have Stafford over Carr with the Carr injury. I'd rather have Stafford. I'd rather Stafford over Lawrence. Yeah, but I think Drake May is still like a QB3. with May, I'm never going to pretend to be like some expert guru quarterback scout. I know exactly what these guys are coming into the NFL. Obviously, if I were to try to pretend that, you would be able to call my bluff immediately. You know I'm an idiot. NFL teams can't evaluate these guys. So looking at this, realistically, all I'm looking at is, sportsbooks are saying the Patriots offense will be the worst offense in the NFL. They were saying that coming into the season, which meant that you shouldn't draft a single New England Patriot. They're still saying that right now for this week. So I don't know. I mean, obviously I'm excited to see Drake May. I'm really hoping that Drake May is good, and there's a chance that that does happen. It's not like he's guaranteed to be bad because sportsbooks are saying it's a bad offense. But there is that outside chance. Okay. But Lawrence's day is done. Jones in a quarterback. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to turn off this game then. We're going to turn off the Jags game. And I saw this. Aditia says, sell ETN ASAP. Let's go through and let's think about this. Realistically speaking, you go to your league right now. You send a message in your league chat saying, hey guys, Travis Etienne's on the block. First thing that will happen is your league mates will roll over laughing, making fun of you. That's the first thing that happens. Then maybe somebody bites. And maybe somebody goes, oh, okay, well, what's the cost? Realistically, would they be willing to pay more than any of these running backs? Can you please spam the chat right now with the running backs on the screen? This is the range that Travis Etienne should be in rest of season. What running back would you trade Travis Etienne for? Ramondre Stevenson, Rachaad White, Javonte Williams, Zach Charbonnet, and honestly, I wouldn't even trade her. I have Ramondre in the flock league. Get rid of Ramondre. So let's get Ramondre out of there. These are the running backs. What running backs would you trade Etienne for? White, Javonte, Charbonnet, Braylon Allen, Devin Singletary, Jerome Ford. What does that trade look like? Javonte, White, Braylon Allen, none. Singletary maybe, but I don't know. Yeah, my thing is obviously if, we could invent a time machine and we could go back before week 1 and we could sell Travis Etienne at a very interesting price. I would love to do so. But your league mates aren't blind. They saw what happened. Like, you're not going to be able to get anything for ETN. Anything at all. And yeah, Evan Ingram is back. Evan Ingram definitely looks like a top 10 tight end rest of season. The volume's there, obviously, in a game where the Jags are a little more competitive. Ingram could be better as well. Thrift says, Herbert needs Hopkins. LOL. Actually, I think that would be not a bad call. Sending a veteran receiver. I think DeAndre Hopkins is probably an easy trade target for a contending team. Really, last year relevance. Tennessee's not doing anything. Get the contracts off the books. Just get a late rookie pick. Send Hopkins somewhere he wants to go. And a team like the Chargers, I think, would be a great fit. Okay. Let's move this over. Send Debo to the Jags. Yeah, that makes 0 sense. Gypsy says Slayton or Devonta Smith. For the love of God, this hurts my head reading. I know it maybe seems like it's obnoxious for us to do this, but let's go ahead and do it anyway. Darius Slayton is a 27-year-old wide receiver. This is not someone you're expecting a random breakout from. This is not somebody that's had to deal with Malik Neighbors in his offense for his entire career, and finally we get to see him with no Malik Neighbors. We've had a ridiculous amount of games with no Malik Neighbors in this offense for Darius Slayton. We can go through and look at this. The weekly finish for Darius Slayton, let's look at a PPR league. By week, wide receivers 65, 55, 109, 57. Let's go over to 2023. 75, 55, 72, 78, 60, 35, 76, 111, 31, 60, 13, 88, 81, 38, 18, 8, 15. Go to 2022. 89, 22, 73, 19, 36, 15, 21, 54, 22, 61, 56, 33, 100. Is this the guy that you are wanting to start? For the love of God, do not start Darius Slayton anywhere close to a receiver like Devonta Smith. Anywhere remotely close. Darius Slayton is the definition of like a desperation dart throw, hoping that maybe he's able to repeat what he did last week, knowing that you have no neighbors in this offense. Like Darius Slayton is, Slayton is Juwan Jennings. That's exactly what it is. Slayton is Juwan Jennings in a worse offense. Matthew says, really kicking myself for starting Daniel Jones over Caleb. I mean, at least you can say that now at this point, we have a pretty exciting quarterback for the long term. I would rather have started Daniel Jones over Caleb and Caleb blows up on my bench rather than both quarterbacks disappoint, you know. At least we have something exciting to look forward to next week. Actually, next week, I think the Bears are on bye. But let's move this over and let's actually answer the next question that we have on the site. Obviously, if you ever wanted to get in any questions over on flockfantasy.com, you can hit that button with the link in the live chat that says, ask a question here. And then there you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, send a super message, whatever you are wanting. Or if you just go to flockfantasy.com, you can hit that button in the top right corner that says expert advice. Now, if you wanted a team review, what I would recommend doing is I would recommend taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy. It is a much cheaper way to get your team review. Go over to Underdog Fantasy, and if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus. You will get a free Joe Burrow pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And on top of that, you'll be getting a free team review on flockfantasy.com. What I would recommend pairing the Joe Burrow free square with is going to be the David Montgomery higher than 70.5 total yards in a great matchup against the Dallas Cowboys. And also, Underdog does have a 30% profit boost token as well. So if we were to go through and say, take the higher than 70.5 total yards on David Montgomery, lower than 100.5 total, you know what? Let's do something fun. Why don't we do Derrick Henry first touchdown score, Montgomery to have 71 yards, throw the profit boost on it. That'd be about 23 to win 207. Like you can do fun stuff like that on Underdog, but just make sure you're using the profit boost if you have it, just because it's literally free. But let's move this over and get back to the questions on the sites. Where our next question is coming out from, I believe, J Fizzle Money says, I couldn't add Trey Sermon for considering the 3 backs. Appreciate the help, Bubba. Much love. You start Trey Sermon. I'm going to leave the running back slot empty so we can make sure that we know to get Sermon in there. I think that Sermon is kind of a no-brainer option here over Madison and Najee, knowing that Warren looks like he's good to go. And then at wide receiver, Wicks, you have Christian Watson playing. Not only do you have Watson playing, but you have Romeo Doubs back in. So at this point, I think you lower Wicks down. And we're probably just going to go ahead and we're going to take Jamison Williams here at receiver. We're going to go Jamison at wide receiver. Now, B-Dog coming out says, appreciate the help last night with the start sit, but I messed up. Zach Moss, Amari, full PPR. Zach Moss versus Amari Cooper is going to be a really tough spot there for the flex. Amari, you're in a garbage offense, but you have the guaranteed target volume. Zach Moss, you're in a really good offense, but you're kind of splitting the backfield. If you're looking at my flex rankings this week, I currently do have Zach Moss at 37 and Amari Cooper at 39. If it is a full PPR format, it's definitely very close. I think you can go one way or the other. I probably give Zach Moss the slight edge, as you have sportsbooks saying that the Bengals project to score 10 more points than what you have with the Browns this week. Now going over to Dan Arkeed, says flex, so we're going to go Trey Tucker versus Jalen Tolbert. So obviously Trey Tucker does look a lot more appealing this week than he did last week, knowing that you have no Myers, you have no Devontae Adams. Whereas if you are looking at Jalen Tolbert, this is a receiver that's in a much better offense though, and it's a great matchup going up against the Detroit Lions, where we're going to assume that we get a decent amount of passing volume for this Dallas Cowboys offense, and this should possibly be the highest scoring game of the week. So I would go ahead, I would take Tolbert over Tucker. Now, Adam coming out with a start sit question. Running back, we are choosing between Zach Moss, Najee, Jonathan Brooks, Javonte Williams. I think we're going to go ahead. We will take Zach Moss. Great offense. Najee was more exciting at the beginning of the week under the assumption that you had no Jalen Warren. But now Warren is off the injury report. Probably 20 go Moss. Wide receiver, we have no Neighbors. We have no Puka. We are going to go Darnell Mooney in what should be a very high-scoring Falcons offense, according to Las Vegas sportsbooks, and a really good matchup against the Carolina Panthers. The main concern that you'd possibly have here is this is a game in which the Falcons are able to run the ball over and over and over again in the second half. Now going over to our next option for the flexes, you're looking at Malik Neighbors, Javonte Williams, Jonathan Brooks, Calvin Ridley, Cortland Sutton. So obviously we have no Neighbors, we have no Brooks, we have no Puka. I think personally, I go ahead, play Najee Harris. And this is about the range where you could consider Darius Slayton, but I would still go with Calvin Ridley over Slayton, where if you're looking at Las Vegas sportsbooks, they're actually giving a ton of credit to this Tennessee Titans offense at the moment, saying that this will be a much better Titans offense than we're used to. And at the same time, I just personally believe that Calvin Ridley is a much more talented player than Darius Slayton. Now going over to our next question, this is a start sit from Vay, says, help out running back, please. We need Sermon, Chase Brown, or Alexander Madison. Okay, so Gibbs, Sermon will be our 2 RBs. Wide receiver, London is an auto start. And then, yeah, for the flex, I agree with you. We want to be going with both receivers. We go with Godwin and Jaden Reed. So it looks like at running back, we're going to be going with Sermon over Chase Brown and Madison. Looking like Zach Moss is going to be playing, and Zamir White has a good shot to here as well. And I am more excited about Trey Sermon in the environment in which we have Joe Flacco than on the opposite end. Whereas if you were to have, say, I don't know, If you were to get Richardson, I just think Richardson would have a lower check down rate, and at the same time, you would potentially get a touchdown vultured here. But please, if you have any questions, let me hear them in the chat. We'd be happy to try to get to as many free questions as we possibly can as well. And also, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Obviously, we're streaming for 5+ hours every single day, answering as many fantasy football questions as we can possibly get to. So for whatever reason you're not subscribed, I'd subscribe. And if you ever were going to drop a like on a live stream, I would ask that you do it for us on a Sunday morning stream, where those are by far and away the most important for us. Now, looking at J-Max to start, Amari Cooper or Jalen Tolbert. I would rather have Amari over Tolbert, but it's not that far off with how much better the Dallas Cowboys offense will be than what you have with the Cleveland Browns. Elite Services says Dimes or Flacco. So Danny Dimes actually been a lot better than you were used to. Not only has Danny Dimes been a lot better over the past few weeks, but at the same time, he's running the ball a little more. You have a great matchup here going up against one of the worst defenses in the league with the Cincinnati Bengals. Sportsbooks are telling us that we should have a considerable amount of points scored for this Giants offense. My hesitation with it is you have no Malik Neighbors. So with no Malik Neighbors, to be honest with you, I'd probably just rather go ahead. I'd probably rather play Flacco. I'm not super excited about either guy. I definitely rather have Daniel Jones rest of season if it was like a super flex league and I had to choose between the two. But this week, even if it's a good matchup with no Neighbors, give me Flacco over Jones. Alex says Austin Eckler or Bucky Irving. It is for sure Bucky Irving. I mean, Bucky Irving isn't even in the same range as Austin Eckler. I'm starting Austin Eckler in the flock league, so I'm really hoping that Eckler is going to come through for us in a big time way. But the reality of the situation is he will probably split the backfield with Jeremy McNichols. Eckler's going to have the majority of the receiving usage, so I definitely prefer having Austin Eckler in fantasy. And I think he's a better running back than Jeremy McNichols as well. However, with that being said, I mean, Bucky Irving is going to have just absolutely everything in his own backfield. He'll have the receiving usage. Not only will he have the receiving usage, but at the same time, you're going to be getting the usage inside the red zone. Xavier says Pittman or Slayton. This is a fair question. If we had Anthony Richardson under center for the Indianapolis Colts, I would pretty easily go ahead and play Darius Slayton over Michael Pittman. But now that you have Joe Flacco in for Indy, I think you're actually in a better spot with the projected passing volume. So I would go ahead and I would actually probably take Pittman. Now, our next question coming up from Dakota says Pittman or Dell. Same thing here, where if Richardson was going to be the quarterback, I for sure would have preferred to go with Dell over Pittman. But now that you have Flacco in, I think it's very close. I still probably prefer Tank Dell. If you go over to my weekly rankings on the site, these are rest of season. Let's go to week 6. Actually, let me refresh this. Week 6, wide receiver. I did move Michael Pittman, Josh Downs up to wide receiver 27 and wide receiver 28 in the rankings this week. We have them right behind the guys like Amari Cooper, Darnell Mooney, Tank Dell, and right ahead of the players like Christian Kirk, Jameson Williams, JSN. Obviously, I know a couple of these players already played, but like Chris Olave, Calvin Ridley as an example. Okay. Moving this over, Juice Grape says Downs or Dobbins. I would prefer Dobbins. Dobbins is in a tough matchup, but I mean, you have no Gus Edwards. You should have a very safe overall workload if you were just looking at the raw amount of snaps and touches he should see. Eduardo saying Bucky Irving or Mike Evans. I would prefer to just go ahead and play Bucky Irving. Bucky Irving will be an absolute must-start running back. Bucky Irving is a clear tier ahead of the other guys like Tracy, Eckler, etc., etc. Let me go ahead and put this out here too. Who are all the running backs stepping into starting jobs this week? We have Bucky, we have Tracy, Sermon, Eckler. And Gibson. Thank you for reminding me, Gibson. Completely forgot about Gibson. But just trying to make like a visual representation of like how I'm viewing these running backs this week with the tiers. But I think you have Bucky Irving, top dog, top tier out of these back end fill-in running backs. Then below that, you have Tracy and Sermon in a tier, with Tracy being ahead of Sermon. And then below that, you have Gibson and Eckler in a tier, with Gibson being ahead of Eckler. Okay. Let's see. Tyrone says, drop Addison for Downs or leave a flex spot open. I'm 4-1. 99.99999% of the time, you are never in a situation in which you want to go through and you want to just take the zero. Drop Jordan Addison, pick up Josh Downs. Even if I would slightly prefer Addison over Downs rest of season, I would rather not take the zero in our lineup. Okay. But let's go ahead and let's move this over and get to some more of the questions on the site. Of course, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer literally anytime, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com. You can find the link in the live chats, or you can just go with the expert advice button in the top right corner. There you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, or a super message. If you wanted a team review, I would definitely recommend a team review if you can take advantage of the promo that we have. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you're going to be getting the free Joe Burrow pick for tonight's game, more than less than half a total yard. And as well, you're going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. So you can find that link in the live chat. If you were looking for something to pair that free Joe Burrow pick with, I would be looking at David Montgomery to have more than 70.5 total yards. And also make sure you're using your 30% profit boost token, because it's literally just a free thing the Underdog is doing every day as a promo. Make sure, I think they're putting out maybe one a day. Obviously, it's not unlimited uses. You only get one use, but make sure you use it. But moving over to the questions that we have on the site real quick. We just answered this one for Vay. So let's refresh and see if we had any more questions coming in. This question's coming out from the Fiji Panese. Says, yo, what's up, Mason? Just want to say happy belated birthday, bro. Thank you so much. And of course, thank you for sticking with me for years, my guy. Happy to see that you're still rolling with us. And yeah, thank you for all the support over the years. But AJ Pete says, PPR, we can start 2. Dobbins, Moss, or Jameson. We're going to go with both running backs. Jameson, I will go Dobbins over Jameson for sure. If you're looking at Jameson Williams, he's an exciting boom bust wide receiver that doesn't have the consistent target volume. You look at 2 targets from 2 weeks ago, 2 targets the week prior. When you have the long receiving touchdown, it's exciting. It's a good matchup, but I would rather just take the guaranteed running back production. Now, Waddle's coming out with a question. Says, start 2, full PBR, Wan'Dale, Deontay, Pittman. I would go with Deontay and Pittman. I would go with Deontay and Wan'Dale over Pittman. If it was Slayton, I would go Pittman. But I view Wan'Dale Robinson in a different tier than I do Darius Slayton. I think Wan'Dale Robinson has the guaranteed target volume, and it's a great matchup going up against the Cincinnati Bengals. I think you want him in. Now, Eldorado says, need to pick up the Chargers defense. Dallas has been bad. A drop Juwan or Charbonnet. And should I also pick up Mostert? I would drop Juwan Jennings, and then I would not drop Charbonnet for Raheem Mostert. And then, yes, drop Dallas, pick up the Chargers defense. I wouldn't even drop Juwan Jennings. Drop the Dallas Cowboys defense, pick up the Chargers defense in a plus matchup, and then drop Juwan Jennings and pick up Raheem Mostert. But yeah, you don't want to be rostering like the Dallas defense as a backup DST right now. West Panda says, Antonio Gibson, Madison on waivers. Stick with Trey or pick up Antonio Gibson, Alexander Madison. I would stick with Trey now that you officially have Anthony Richardson out, because with Flacco coming in, I think we have more checkdowns going in the direction of Trey Sermon, as well as you are going to be getting additional goal line equity where you're a little less worried about getting vultured. So I think we are going to go with Trey Sermon. Now, Vay coming out with a trade question. This is Brock Bowers, Brandon Ayuk versus Jonathan Taylor. Says, same team, also through the same trade except with Godwin with Bowers. I would trade Ayuk and Bowers for JT. Especially looking at the squad. I don't know if I would do it with Godwin, though. I would do this, but I think the Godwin deal is maybe a little bit too much. I do view a pretty big gap now at this point between Godwin and Ayuk rest of season. But DJJP, we will get to your team review. I'm sorry, probably it's 10 minutes from kickoff. I want to be able to give you a good amount. I want to be able to spend enough time on your team, so we're going to skip by it now to get to it later, probably tomorrow morning when we do our live stream. But I definitely want to make sure if we're doing a team review, I can give you enough time with it, and it's only 10 minutes. I'll kick off here. But Eldorado says, need the Chargers defense. Dallas has been bad. Should we drop? Okay, we actually already answered this. Please never think that if you purchase a question with the site, I promise you 100% of the time it's going to be answered. Never think that you need to submit it twice. Never think that I missed it. It just goes in order here. So, yes, again, I want to reiterate, drop Juwan, pick up Mostert, and then drop your Dallas defense and pick up the other defense. And if you can't drop the Dallas defense for whatever reason, then drop Juwan for your other defense. Now, Cosmos for the flex between Dobbins and Dell. Really close spot. Dobbins, when you have no Edwards, I think does get a bump up with just the guaranteed touches. I had them back-to-back in our flex rankings this week. But I think with no Gus Edwards, at this point, I'm willing to go with Dobbins over Tank Dell. But let's move this back over to our next thing. I don't know why I accidentally highlighted everything. And I think that should be it for the questions that we have on the site right now. Maybe some last minute questions come in, but we can try to get some more free questions in the chat. Wolfgang says, full PBR Spears or Dowdle. I would definitely prefer Dowdle both this week and rest of season. I understand that it is a very tough matchup for Rico Dowdle, but still at the same time, you're in a good offense. You had 20 carries last week, whereas Tajay Spears is the backup RB in Tennessee, of all places. YouTube says, McLaurin or Bucky Irving, please go with Bucky Irving over Terry McLaurin. As a rule of thumb, if you are watching this live stream right now and you play in a league where you have at least 10 teams in your league, maybe it's in an 8-team league, it's a little bit different. But if it's a 10-team league or larger, you go through and you play Bucky Irving this week. He is somebody that needs to be in your lineup. Seahawks fan says Mixon or Dobbins. We will go Joe Mixon over J.K. Dobbins. I think Mixon needs to be in your lineup here as well. It's Peeps says drop Chubb or Hawkinson for Bucky. I would drop Hawkinson before I drop Chubb. And only if you need a starter this week. I mean, if your question is, do I drop Nick Chubb? You may be in a shallow enough format where you don't have to play Bucky. But real quick, we are 1 like away from hitting 1,900 likes on the stream. Thank you so much for everybody hanging out with us. We've been live for about 5 hours. If you have not done so already, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. For whatever reason, somebody here is not subscribed. I'm live streaming for 5 hours every single day, answering as many fantasy football questions as we possibly can. So yeah, if you play fantasy football and for whatever reason you're not subscribed, I'd definitely do that as well. And Nate says Downs or Spears. I would prefer Josh Downs with Joe Flacco under center. Harry says Dowdle or J.K. Dobbins. I will go ahead and take J.K. Dobbins in a really tough matchup against the Lions for Dowdle. Tracy or Downs. I'm going to be going with the running back stepping into a 3-down workload. Give me Tracy. Bucky, Chuba, Smith, Higgins. We got to start 2. We're going to be going with Smith. Actually, no, we can't. You got to go with both running backs. We have to take both the 3-down RBs with Bucky Irving and Chuba Hubbard. I absolutely hate to say it because I think Devonta Smith is going to crush this week. Where I would love to get Smith in our lineup, but honestly, it's probably very tough to do so there. Okay. Barry says Jacobs or Pollard. I will go ahead. I'll take Josh Jacobs. Should be a top 3 offense in total points scored this week. While at the same time, we have seen that Jacobs will be used on all 3 downs. But let's move over and see if we have any more questions coming in. And of course, like I said, you can always go to flockfantasy.com, ask any of the questions that you want, get a guaranteed answer. You can find that link in the live chat. But again, if you wanted that team review or if you wanted to just have some fun with some pick'ems tonight, I definitely recommend taking advantage of what we have over there on Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you're going to be getting a free Joe Burrow pick, more than less than half a total yard here for tonight's game. And you will get a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. And if you wanted something to tag with that Joe Burrow free square, I'd be looking at the David Montgomery higher than 70.5 total yards. But let's move this over and see if we have any more questions that came through the sites. We got 2. 1 Dub says, what's up, Mason? Start 2, Dowdle, Madison, or drop Charbonnet and pick up Algier. Do not drop Charbonnet for Algier. I think you just go ahead and you play Rico, Dowdle, and Alexander Madison. I know Algier is a good matchup against Carolina, but it sounds like Chuba Hubbard's healthy. And there's an outside chance of Madison as a receiving role. I don't love Madison this week, of course. I don't think anybody would. But I don't think it's worth dropping Charbonnet over. If you were going to drop somebody, you drop Madison for Algier. Like, ask yourself, do I want to play Madison or Tyler Algier? And then you go ahead and you roster and play the other guy, but you don't drop Charbonnet under any circumstance, really. Now, our next question coming out from I'm a Joe. Quarterback, we have Fields. Running back, we have Jacobs, Bijan. Wide receiver, we have Evans, JSN. For the flex here, we are looking at Wicks, Dowdle, Chase Brown, Ladd McConkey. I think we go ahead, we take Rico Dowdle. I would rather avoid it if we can with how bad the matchup is against the Detroit Lions. But obviously, you have the guaranteed workload. Not only to have the guaranteed workload, but at the same time, it should be a very high-scoring game environment. So even if the Lions have a great rush defense, I mean, you should have red zone opportunities for this Dallas Cowboys offense. Now, let's move this back over to the chat and answer as many free questions as we can. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. Be happy to answer as many as we can. Freshie says, looks rainy at the Packers Stadium. And we can go ahead and we can pull up the updated implied team totals that we have for the games today if y'all would be interested in seeing that and seeing if the weather has moved down the points that you should expect here in some of these games. Apply team totals week 6. So looking at this, the implied team totals that I believe maybe this site updates them right away. Right now, the best offenses in the league, these are the teams that you want players in your starting lineup for. The Ravens, the Lions, the Packers, the Falcons. Obviously, the Niners already played. But the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Bengals. The Bengals line actually got lowered, which is surprising. Going over to the offenses that are going to be really bad that you want to avoid. The Patriots, the Broncos, the Raiders, the Browns, the Chargers, the Jets, the Saints. Hopefully that does help. But if sportsbooks are saying that there's going to be no issue scoring points for the Packers, maybe we just go ahead and roll with it. Okay. Tyrone says, why is Mason's shirt on? We didn't hit 3,000 likes on the stream. That's why, my guy. Come on. Okay. Joker says, Wan'Dale Robinson or Marvin Harrison at the flex. I will go with Marvin Harrison. It's a lot closer than I would like to admit with how good the matchup will be for Wan'Dale, though. Okay. K-Ton says Garrett or Downs this week in a full PPR format. For the love of God, you play the receiver that's up at the top of the NFL in total targets. Garrett Wilson's pretty much leading the NFL in targets right now. You play Garrett Wilson over Josh Downs, please. Montgomery or Pollard, I'm going to be going with, honestly, really close up to you. Non-PPR, you go Montgomery. Full PPR league, I think you could consider Pollard. Let's see. Chase Brown or Amari, please help. We're going to go with Amari. Start Jalen Hurts or Joe Burrow. We're for sure going to be going with Jalen Hurts under pretty much any circumstance. It doesn't matter if it's 4-point or a 6-point passing touchdown league. Jalen Hurts is about to crush. You have A.J. Brown back in. You have Devonta Smith back in. This Eagles offense is going to use this as a get-right game. It's going to be a lot prettier. So if you have Jalen Hurts, please make sure you start Jalen Hurts. But I think we are here at kickoff. I'll just double check to make sure that there are no more questions on the site to get to. But I think we should be good. So we are good. Of course, I'll be uploading the video tonight and we'll have that live premiere party with all the impacts from all the games. If you wanted to go out there and check out any of those picks on Underdog Fantasy this week, you can find that link to Underdog Fantasy in the description as well as the comment section. If you use promo code FLOCK, you will get that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you would get a free Joe Burrow pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And like I said, if you wanted to pair that up with something, I would go with the David Montgomery higher than 70.5 total yards. And also you get a free team review if you take advantage of that offer on Underdog. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com so I know who, with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account, so I know who to get that free team review voucher to. But thank you again. I really appreciate y'all and really hope that you're able to crush your matchups this week and we can talk about it later tonight.